Right, kia ora everyone, and welcome to the Council meeting of Tuesday, the 21st of July 2026. In the event of emergency, please follow the signs to the exit and we'll meet down on Devonport Road towards the Strand. This meeting is being live streamed and the video will be publicly available on YouTube. And please make sure everyone's turned off their phones. I'll hand to Councillor Rolleston for an opening karakia.
Mōrena, tēnā koe mai. I mua te karakia, tēnō pauri tonu te rohi o Tauranga Moana, nā te mea kua hinga te tahi rangatira o nā te hea nai te ahi, rangi whakiehu ara ko Irene Walker tērā, he mema o te rangapu o Tauranga Moana. Nō reira, moi mai rā. Ko hinga hoki te tahi tino kuia o Tauranga Moana, Mihi Gardner tērā. He tino kuia he o te reo, he tino kuia o Tauranga, nai te ahi, nā te hea hoki, he moi mai rā. Just before I do our karakia, we've lost two significant leaders in Moana. One from the Tauranga Moana Collective, or the Rangapu, Irene Walker, and also Nanny Mihi Gardner. People that have been quite present in this chamber recently, so we pay our respects. Hoi anō, mua te karakia, nā mihi hoki ki nā mema o te hapori o Tauranga Moana, ko tai mai nei, tēnei te mihi mahana ki a koe. So just to the members of our community that are here to speak, kia kaha, kia maia, kia manuanui. Nō reira, kia noi tātou. Tui runga, tui raro, tui roto, tui waho, tui te here tangata karongo, te a karongo te pō, nau mai te ihi, te wihi, te mana, te tapu, paupau ki roto ki a mātou mō tēnei wā. Koi ara e rongo whakiriraki ki runga, turu whakamaua ki a tīna. Haumi e hui e.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Rolleston, and obviously acknowledging some of our kaumātua in our community. So, yeah, very much our thoughts are with the families of those that we have lost recently. Thank you, everyone. We've got a full contingent today in person, which is fantastic. So we've got no apologies, and the public forum. We're receiving a petition today. The
petition section.
We'll do that now, and invite Jan Isles forward and to receive a request for the demolition of a memorial pole to be delayed. So welcome, Jan, and you'll have 10 minutes to speak and any questions after that.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Drysdale, elected members and staff. Today, I'd like to ask a simple question. What does it truly mean to represent your community? Being elected gives you the privilege and responsibility of governing. It does not give you the right to stop listening, to bypass consultation, or to ignore the voices of the people you were elected to represent. My family's history in Tauranga stretches back to the 1850s. And the Isles side of my family settled here in the 1920s. As I research my family history, I am reminded of what public service once meant. My great-uncle served as a Tauranga councillor for more than 20 years. He ran a skin and hide business in Grey Street alongside my grandfather, yet he still found the time to serve this community. And I mean serve. Councillors were not paid in those days. They gave their time because they believed in building a better town for the people that lived here. Because of my family's long history in Tauranga, and because I was born and raised here, I care deeply about Tauranga's future, and I cannot stop by and watch another part of the city's heritage be destroyed. Before I speak to our petition, I want to share something that has deeply concerned me. Too many petitions which represent the people's voice are being ignored by the council. The community has witnessed time and again that you all smile politely, ask a few questions, and then carry on regardless. I sincerely hope that isn't true today and that you prove it by the decisions you make on this matter. Our petition asks that the Tauranga City Council defer making any final decisions about whether or not our Tauranga War Memorial pools should be demolished until after it has consulted with the community about the matter as required under the Local Government Act. The Act is law. The Council established the working group for the Otomoto pool, which included community representatives. The Council need to do the same here. If this project is genuinely in the community's best interests, then you should have nothing to fear from pausing, carrying out proper consultation, and allowing every option to be fairly considered as is required by law. The entire process surrounding the proposed demolition of our War Memorial pools and the latest planning of the new aquatic centre has been in breach of the Local Government Act. Perhaps the clearest example of the Council's failure to meet its obligations under the Act was less than 24 hours after first becoming aware of the pool's historic significance. Councillors unanimously voted to approve funding for the demolition of the very memorial they had only just acknowledged. I sat in the Council forum and watched the Council amend the resolution to include a new memorial in the proposed aquatic centre to honour soldiers from all wars. Not one councillor said, "We cannot make this decision without consulting with the community." Not one councillor questioned whether the council was meeting its obligations under the Local Government Act. And the CEO, who was in the room at the time, failed in his duty to uphold the council's legal obligations. The result is the council community has been let down, and that is why we are here today. All elected members have been emailed our submissions, which cover the breaches under the Act. But I would like to highlight a few important matters that have come to light since we lodged these submissions. The proposed aquatic centre project has raised many concerns within the community, with the growing debt burden on ratepayers being one of the most significant. We continue to hear estimates of 90 to 100 million. But the fundamental question remains, where will the money come from? We have been told the project will be funded through a combination of borrowing, development contributions, and a large grant from TECT. However, we have contacted TECT, and the CEO advised that they have not made a commitment, conditional or otherwise, for funding the aquatic centre. Several weeks ago, I invited the Mayor and elected members to meet with our independent pool consultant and myself at the Memorial Pools to discuss the condition of the pools and review the findings firsthand. To date, I have received no response. In the absence of any reply to my invitation, we can only conclude that Council does not dispute the evidence showing that the public has been misinformed about the condition of the pools. For transparency, the Council has a duty of care to correct this publicly. We have only just received the scheme plan for the aquatic centre at Memorial Park. The impact on the park is significant. If you proceed with this plan, there'd be a substantial loss of green space and a loss of sunlight to surrounding areas. Are you aware of what a significant impact this design would have on the park? There is simply no basis for relying on the consultation or survey results from the previous QE2 proposal to justify this development. It is an entirely different site with entirely different conditions and impacts. I understand Mayor Drysdale and Councillor Martin Rosenboom with the RSA only yesterday. A coincidence? The meeting, in my view, is tokenism. Consultation cannot be undertaken retrospectively once decisions have been made. Regarding community consultation, our campaign has done what the council has not. We have gone out and listened to the community. Although our reach is very limited, the response has been overwhelming. At a market with just 2 campaigners, we were getting just shy of 1 signature a minute, and people were lining up to sign. Today, I present to you our community petitions. We have been running 2 parallel petitions. The first is our online petition, which has now attracted over 1,900 signatures. Considering that our campaign has relied almost entirely on Facebook with limited reach, that number is significant. The petition I am presenting today is a hand-signed petition with approximately 600 signatures in support of our request today. Signatures collected in the last 2 weeks, collected face-to-face, mostly at the local market, speaking directly with the people. Many Maori we talked to have signed the petition, as they consider the Living War Memorial Pools as sacred to them. They do not want iwi to politicise this because united we stand. Our total number of signatures exceeds 2,500. These are not just numbers, they are members of our community who care deeply about this issue and who are asking for real consultation. If we had the councillors' reach and resources, what would our numbers be? It is clear that the Tauranga City Council has failed to comply with its obligations under the Local Government Act. The decision to demolish the War Memorial Pools was based on a predetermined outcome, with no other options considered and no consideration given to retaining or refurbishing the existing pools. I ask the councillors to vote in favour of forming a working group that includes community representatives, which will go some way to restore the public's confidence in our council. This isn't about whether to build an aquatic centre or not. This is about democracy and following New Zealand law. Thank you. Now, if you are able, Barry Scott has a few new bits of information to add who'd like to speak to, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, you've got 40 seconds.
Okay, I'll be very quick, so listen carefully. I think that if you go ahead, so my notes are abbreviated now, if you charge ahead and demolish the existing pools before the community has been given the opportunity to tell you unmistakably what it wants, and my own study of your consultation tells me that you've fallen short so far as iwi are concerned. I think you need to do more there. But if you go ahead, if you demolish the pools, you'll be digging a hole that future councils and ratepayers will have a lot of trouble getting out of. There is also the matter I'll briefly raise, and that is comments made on Facebook by Councillor Schooler to the effect that the council has already made its decision about the future of the pools. The pools are going to be demolished. This means, if these statements are correct, that the council is already on the point of committing ratepayers to an expenditure of nearly $100 million without proper consultation and considering obvious, feasible and less costly options. I would like to ask the Mayor 2 questions, which you needn't answer today. Are you planning to demolish the pools? Have you made up your minds about this? And the other one is, have you considered refurbishment of the existing pool? And to be fair, I'll add that in a Lagoima response recently, a resident was advised by the council no work has been undertaken to consider refurbishment. Those are the simple matters that I want to raise with you. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Have I got any questions from any of the councillors for Jan or Barry? Yep, Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, Barry, just a question for you in terms of you put some examples of New Zealand case law around the consultation. Are you familiar with the long-term plan consultation? And is your contention that that doesn't meet the case law definition of consultation on an issue of this significance?
I will not decry the long-term or annual plan consultation, but I consider that in this case, in a case of this magnitude, because this is what we're talking about, we're not talking about building a sauna around the corner, we're talking about a $100 million project, that we need to adopt a form of a democratic consultation that I've heard mentioned in this room before by Councillor Baker, and that is deliberative democracy. To some extent, annual plan, long-term plan consultation is superficial, although heated at times. Deliberative democracy in this case would involve a group that would bring together representatives of the community, iwi in particular, council representatives and affected parties. It would study the issue, listen to different viewpoints, compare options, consider expert advice and deliberate these as a group. The annual plan, long-term plan consultation doesn't provide for that sort of thing.
Any other questions? Okay, if there's no other questions, have a recommendation that the council receives the petition from Jan Isles' request for the demolition of the memorial pool to be delayed. Have I got a mover and seconder happy to receive that? Yeah, Councillor Crowther, Councillor Baker, thank you. All those in favour? Those against? That is received. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Can you tell us when we'll get a response on this matter, please?
I'm not sure. We'll consider it and look at the options. So, thank you. Now, acceptance of late items. We've got a formal request for consideration of grievances and financial assistance from the Phoenix, which will be in publicly excluded, and confidential business to be transferred in the open. There is none at this stage. And change to the order of business. There is none at this stage, but there could be some changes as we go along. Just before we start the meeting today, obviously just want to reiterate Hemi's comments at the start, and obviously lost some important representatives of our community, and really want to acknowledge both Irene Walker and Ngamihi Gardner for the service that they've both given council and their communities over the years. Also want to acknowledge the loss of a former mayor of Auckland in Les Mills, and thank him for the significant service he has given his country, as well as representing his country in sport. So he's has been a great leader to our community, and just want to acknowledge that. So we'll just have a moment's silence to recognise both those local leaders and Les Mills. Thank you, everyone. Right, now we'll move on to confirmation of minutes. And we have minutes of the council meeting held on the 2nd of June 2026. And just asking if there's any corrections that anyone has on those.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, just in the 2nd June 2026 meeting, page 3 and page 5, Mrs. Jan Jenga, her name has spelt wrong in 3 places, so if they could be corrected, and it's not Ms., it's Mrs.
Thank you. And
And,
that, yeah, that
M-
has been noted and
Okay, thank you.
will be corrected. Thank
Yep.
you. Is there any other corrections or? Then I ask for a mover and seconder for those minutes to be recognised as a true and correct record of the meeting. Councillor Taylor, Councillor Schuler, thank you. All those in favour? Those against? That is carried, thank you. Now we'll move on to the minutes of the council meeting held on the 23rd of June 2026. Is there any corrections for those minutes? Yeah, Councillor Crowther.
I'd appreciate it if 4 words could be added and under 11.9, where it talks about my name, noting he was supportive of the visit but not the funding allocation for 3 elected members. I think that was the point I was making. So if that could just have those words inserted into it for 3 elected members.
Yeah, happy to accept that. If there's no other corrections, we've got a mover and seconder for those. Councillor Rolleston, thank you. Councillor Schuler. All those in favour that the minutes of the council meeting held on 23rd of June 2026 be confirmed as a true and correct record. Those against? That is carried. Thank you. Declarations of conflict of interest. Call for any declarations to any of the items today. If there's no declarations of interest, if you do become aware of a conflict, please let me know and we will record that. There is no recommendations from other committees, and so we'll get into business, and we'll start with 11.1, the Strand Waterfront projects, and we've got Graham Thrift, Amanda Davies, Christopher Barton and Jane Small. Don't know.
I'm just setting them up because I've got a PowerPoint presentation.
Cool. We're just going to have a PowerPoint presentation and then we'll open the floor to questions. see the Mayor's office there.
Good to go. Okay. Good morning, councillors. So I'm going to do a short overview. If you can just go to the next slide, Chris. I'm just going to do a short overview of these projects which form part of a program. And then the proposal is that the portfolio managers who are alongside me, and I'll introduce them when we get to that point, would step through each of the projects and the resolution for that project, and we would work and deal with that as we move through this presentation, as opposed to leaving all of the resolutions to the end, given that that there are a number of them that have been asked for in this paper. So is everyone comfortable with us proceeding on that basis? Okay, so just by way of introduction, if we can just move to the next slide, Chris. Oh, sorry, is that better? Yep. Great. Okay. So this report seeks council decision on the final major projects that are within the Tauranga Moana waterfront program. The projects are intended to complete the connection between the city centre and the Strand waterfront buildings, and significant investment has already been made in playgrounds, seawalls, public facilities, and other infrastructure in this waterfront location. All of the projects have been budgeted for in the long-term plan 2024 to 34, and they are included in the annual plan 26-27, except we are seeking as part of this paper to bring forward $1 million required for the Seawall South, because that spend was programmed for the following financial year. What we are asking Council is to approve the procurement, delivery and funding arrangements for 4 of the projects, and to workshop the outcomes and options to inform the future scope, the level of investment in the remaining project, which is at concept design, and that's the Strand Park South. Through design optimisation, commercial challenge, obtaining funding contributions from outside of council, and project sequencing initiatives, approximately 3.81 million of quantified benefits to ratepayers has been achieved over the last year or so across these projects. So given the advanced stage of several of the projects, the opportunities for further savings are now, they now increasingly require trade-offs in project scope, functionality, timing, and potentially delivery outcomes. So as I said, I'm just going to hand over, I'm just going to give a brief outline, if we can move to the next slide, Chris, around the stage that each of these projects are at, so we're clear before we proceed. And then I'll ask Graham Frith, who is the Portfolio Manager for Civic Development, to talk about the whare-waka and the seawall. Chris Barton, who's Portfolio Manager for Transport, will cover the waterfront railway crossings. And Amanda Davies, who is Portfolio Manager for Major Community Projects, will talk to the waterfront Central Plaza, and then I'll speak to the proposals for the Strand Reserve at the end. So in terms of the whare-waka, that is essentially ready for delivery. It has a budget within the annual plan of 2 million. And in addition, on top of that budget, 400,000 has been received from TECT, which is for the purposes of cultural elements around that building, and Graham will speak in more detail to that. So the current cost position with that is delivery for 2.4 million. The pavilion has been the subject of a competitive tender, and the lowest tender price was accepted for that through the tender process, and work has been undertaken over the last year to value engineer and look at options to reduce the cost of that. So the decision that we'll be seeking today is to approve proceeding with that, the whare waka at a cost of 2.4 million. The southern sea wall is near ready. It has a current budget of 4.4 million. The cost position for that is not yet known. However, the proposal is to utilise the contractors who delivered the seawall north, Heb Construction, and repeat the design that was used for that seawall, because that is possible, and to take the learnings and methodology from that project to look to bring down the costs to either below or very much within the 4.4 million. And again, we'll be seeking approval to proceed, and Graham will speak in more detail around the sequencing requirements for the seawall. With the waterfront railway crossings, they are ready for delivery. The overall budget was around 7 million. However, the council budget is 4.91 million because we have received 2.56 from NZTA, so 2.56 million from by way of a funding assistance rate for that project.
Can I just, we've sort of talked about terminology being standard.
Mm-hmm.
Budget, is that approved annual plan 26-27?
Yes.
And if it is,
Yes.
can we always say that? Because later in the year we'll do a forecast or a new budget, but it would be really useful to always know what the approved, we only approved it last month. Just getting those terms right would be really useful, please.
Thank you. Yes, so as I said at the beginning, that these have all been approved in the annual plan. The Waterfront Central Plaza is ready for delivery. It has been the subject of a competitive tender. The budget in the annual plan is 5.5 million. The current cost position with that is 4.96 million, and there have been a number of value engineering aspects undertaken over recent months with that, and we are seeking approval to proceed. And as I said earlier, the Strand Reserve we are proposing to bring back to be workshopped by council to look at scope and outcomes so that we can determine the level of investment. The current budget for that, not in this annual plan because it is further out, is 10.15 million. Just the final points I'd like to make before handing over to Graham is to emphasise the program nature of these projects. The timing and sequencing of delivery will affect the efficiency of delivery, the construction risk and the overall value for money that can be achieved. And so it's important to look at the sequencing as we move through this. I also just want to note that currently we are experiencing a higher level of inflation. You may have seen the news this morning that it's likely to rise to around 4%, and that is the highest level of inflation that we've had for a couple of years, and that does impact escalation costs while the projects are delayed. So I'll just hand over to Graham now, and if we move to the next slide, and he can take you through the whare waka and then the seawall.
Morning all. Thank you, Jane. Jane done such a great job of introducing the project. I'm sort of been crossing out my notes as I go, so I might be a bit quicker than I thought. I don't propose to go into the background of the Whare Waka project in too much detail. It's in the paper and Jane has also introduced it. But as we'll all be aware, the existing Whare Waka at the northern end of the Strand has been in a state of disrepair for a number of years. And as part of the Te Manawa Taki o Te Papa Master Plan and the Tauranga Moana Master Plan, a new Whare Waka was identified as a key project for the Strand. As Jane alluded to, the design was completed in early 2025. The design was co-informed and co-designed with Mana Whenua and the O Tamataha Trust, and we went out to market in June 2025. We received a good response from the market. It attracted 10 responses, and again, as Jane pointed out, we ultimately ended up awarding the contract or selecting the preferred contractor to the lowest price tender. The tender evaluation process wasn't purely focused on price, but it turned out that the lowest price submission was the preferred tenderer. The facility is about 28 metres by 8 metres wide. It's intended to permanently home two iwi-owned waka, the Te Awanui and the Takitimu. And throughout the process, there's been various stages of value engineering and cost reductions. The first completed pre-tender, where various aspects of the building was looked at to ensure the pricing for the tender pricing would come within the budget. That included aspects such as reduced glazing along each side of the building, certain material components, timber being substituted out by aluminium and various other roofing factors and things like that. That saw a savings or a cost reduction of approximately $170,000 pre-tender. Post-tender, post-August last year, staff were asked to continue with cost reduction exercises, and that continued through to early in this year. Further savings or further cost reductions were identified of around about $115,000. And that again related to some further reduction in glazing, some material changes in terms of the roofing material again, some electrical specifications, things like that. In May this year, so not too long ago, the O Tamataha Trust informed us that they'd been successful with an application to TEC for funding and a funding contribution of $400,000 to the project. That funding contribution provided for certain cultural enhancements, design enhancements to the building to be reintroduced, and it specifically called out things like glazing on the building and called out providing for glazing both on the eastern side of the building and the western side of the building, so full glazing along both sides. It also called out revised gates at either end of the building, switching back to timber. Both of those aspects of the building provide for a greater ability to implement cultural enhancements such as artwork and things like that. It also provided for a revised roof material rather than a standard corrugated iron, back to a profile tray profile which had a better appeal in terms of look and feel. The $400,000 also had an allocated cultural art number of $120,000, which will be implemented to put appropriate art both in and around the building. So, yeah, possibly we can go to the next slide, Chris. Oh, yeah, okay, sorry, Chris, can you just flick back one? So just looking at that bottom table there, so our budget was $2 million, obviously we've spent to date $330,000. If we take the $330,000 and the contingency away from the budget, total budget, if we assume that the TEC funding is applied, then we're left with the projected future costs of $1.95 million. Our estimated construction costs at this stage, including those components funded by TEC, the glazing, the roof, etc., is sitting at $1.7 million. The cultural art allocation on top of that of $120,000, as I say, would enable cultural artwork to be implemented in and around the building, and then non-construction costs a finalisation of the design, the consenting process, internal staff time and MSQA services are 130,000, which would take us to the $2.4 million budget. Having gone through the stages we have with this project, we really only see these two recommended options as ones we can reasonably put forward at this time. One obviously being proceed with the design as we are, including the tech funding, and the other being to effectively restart and rescope the project and start again in terms of looking at the objectives and the outcomes. The pros and cons are outlined there and within the paper, so I don't propose to go too much into those. Unless Jane has anything to add, I'm happy to pause there, maybe, and open for questions on the whare.
Yeah, I'm just interested in budget because, you know, we haven't been provided the financial analysis of this. You know, some of that is in that presentation, but I still can't understand it. You know, it would have been very nice to have a table, and I'd suggest potentially before we actually make a decision on this, we actually see the table. You know, there was an original tender, there was value engineering to get it down, there was then an uplift when they refinanced, when they reconfirmed the pricing. There's now a whole lot of additional elements added back in, and you know, I'm still unclear whether this is a good or bad sort of outcome from what we were originally looking at, even with the $400,000 TECT funding. So if you're asking us to make a decision, I'd just like to see the actual numbers so that we can understand it, we can understand what we're talking about. So I'm quite concerned that this is actually now a $2.7 million project, or does the 2.4, does that include the 300 that we've already spent, or?
Yes, the 2.4 includes everything spent to date. You're correct. Following the cost reduction process, it was repriced earlier this year in April, and there was an uplift of about 170,000 from the original tender. So it represented about 10 or 11% increase from that $1.5 million tender, and that was as a result of escalation across a number of aspects across the project. And then with the tech funding coming in and funding obviously some of those inputs that go back into the project, obviously that has offsets against things that were in that 1.6 million that we needed to fund, for example, the gates in the side panels, and so there's plenty of unders and overs when it comes to things being funded by tech and things that would have been included in our original costings.
Yeah, so can we please have a table before we make a decision on this? We can come back later to this in the meeting, but I'd like a table that just clearly outlines it so we've got very clear financial information, so we understand the benefit or not of the, you know, extra 400,000 we've got from TECT, and understand whether that delivers a good value for money outcome or not, because right now I don't know. I'm still confused. It seems like we've got a $2 million budget and we're spending the $2 million budget, so I'm not sure in all the work we've done that we've actually achieved a better or a worse outcome. Feels like we've spent sort of 18 months and got nowhere. So I'd just like to see that breakdown before we make a decision on this. Thank you.
Happy to provide that, but can I just speak to that? So in terms of the TECT funding has been made available for cultural elements. If in terms of the price that was received, it was within the $2 million allocation that council has in the annual plan, and the proposal, what we had value engineered to bring the project within the $2 million budget, but that removed a number of features. And if you see those features in the table, if we can just go back to the other slide, the table at the bottom includes the glazing is an additional cost of 170,000. The added back in is the preferred roof design, which has mana whenua were very keen and wanted to see a design that was appropriate for the style of the building, and that required a further 30,000. And then there are some higher quality finishes, and some of those are related to the use of the wood, other aspects within the building that are smaller but add up, and also to lighting and various other aspects that relate to whole-of-life costs. So, for instance, using LEDs, using other materials that will require less maintenance, and that is, it comes to around 25,000. And then there is the cultural art allocation, which was reduced back of 120,000. And that, so together, those items make up the 400,000. Now, you may look at that number and say it doesn't quite add up to 400,000. It is challenging with these because there is a P&G element, so that as a percentage is applied across the costing for a project like this. So putting that percentage in brings you to the $2.4 million overall. And just noting that within that $2.4 million, there is a contingency amount of 120,000. And there is also non-construction costs, the 130,000 that has been identified down there. And that has been the design, the consenting, which is building, and any other consents that are required, the quantity surveyor around it, and there is a capitalised internal staff time that is charged against these projects. So happy to provide more detail in a table, but I just wanted to make sure that everyone was clear that that is how the $2.4 million total project cost has been built up.
Well, the problem is I'm not clear, and that's the issue we've got here. Like, from my reading of it, we've gone from what was going to be under the value engineering a $1.8 million project, and now we're at $2 million. So we've actually increased 200,000 somehow, and I'd just like to see that in a table so I can understand it before we're asked to make a decision on something that I'm not sure whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. So, there's a whole lot of numbers here, but they don't. I can't add them up. I can't figure out how we get to it. So I'd just like to see that and see the little bit of history of how this has got to from the original tender to today's price, and so we can then make a good decision as to whether that's good, bad, or indifferent. So that's what I'd always ask. I think we've asked along every project. We want to see the financial information in a format that we can understand, and my understanding is that was asked on Friday, and we still haven't got that information. Is there any other questions on this project? Councillor Baker.
Yeah, probably not a question, but an ask if that work is going to be done is, I guess, just a brief snippet as to the significance and history of both the waka that are going to be housed in that whare waka. So when we talk about outcomes, it's not just trying to get bang for buck, it's about actually what this whare is hoping to achieve, and we need to understand in context of when we're weighing up the dollar thing of this whole kaupapa, what true value housing those two significant waka will provide our city. Because that's probably been we're a bit too focused on the money in my view, but Te Awanui holds, it's 53 years old. Takitimu is one of the waka of Tauranga Moana, and creating greater access for those two waka will have massive benefits for our people, but that story hasn't quite been told. Partly probably our fault because we've tried to dial this thing down with the money, but I think if we're going to make a good decision that's outcome-based, and it needs to be weighed, the money side of it needs to be weighed alongside what this project hopes to achieve, which is more than just a tin roof house that holds two boats.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, two questions. Just one was a quick one. Like, have I missed something, or the Te Awanui is still the city's waka, right? You said it was iwi both were iwi waka. My understanding is, unless there's been a deal done, that it's, because I'm sure there's public interest in that when, if people follow the meeting. So I just wanted to make sure that we're saying the right things there. Yeah, that's my understanding. So I guess I'm happy to say that, unless someone wants to correct me. That's just to be really clear. But I totally agree with Councillor Baker that they are very significant to Tauranga's history, and it is critically important we have this. But in terms of the cost, which is also important, am I correct? And I know you'll give us all the figures, but am I correct in saying when on the statement on page 72, paragraph 56, which says the revised estimate for construction of 1.5 million, is that the number to compare to the 1.95 million? Because I'm trying to get, as the Mayor has said, it's really hard to get like-for-like comparisons. So is that the comparative number?
My response would be no. That 1.5 million tendered project was a very different looking project than now the project which has now had these additional elements put back into it.
No, I understand that, but I'm just saying, was that the number that was the value engineered number that was the sort of, like, there's the sequence laid out there in the paragraphs. So if you just cut to the chase in a spreadsheet, is that the number that you'll get to at the end of the chase? Sort of?
Well, and as Jane pointed out, the $1.5 million was the construction only tendered cost, so it wouldn't have had additional numbers on it.
We'll wait to see the table. Might clear up your question. Is there any other questions on this project? Yeah, Councillor Rolleston.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the next slide, I think, was the pros and cons. From reading the paper, on the left, you've got utilises tech funding on option 1. Is it fair to say on option 2 it's unsure whether you'll be able to utilise tech funding? Because if I read that report, it's based on the current contribution of the money from. So we might be able to get it, but we're not sure that we're going to get it. Is that a fair comment?
That's a fair comment. The current funding is linked to a particular concept design which has those enhancements put back into it, and like TEC do often, and like they've done at Te Manawataki or Te Papa, the funding application needed that attached to it, and their funding was linked to the fact that we deliver a project substantially, not exactly, but substantially in the form that they are prepared to fund. And they made it very clear throughout the application process that I saw that they were interested in that because they saw this as needing to be a destination for the wider city, as well as obviously an important whare from a cultural perspective.
Councillor Roseboom.
Thank you, Mayor. Mine's a sequencing one because this is a part of a larger project on the waterfront. If we end up at option 2, and hope we don't, that's going to give us a sequencing issue around the construction of the building. So if we start again and we agree to the railways, we could potentially be digging up the same piece of ground twice, putting in services, because we won't know what we're putting in the services for. And that's a substantial cost that will be basically cost plus.
Yes, I'd agree with that. That's a risk, yes.
Yeah.
And Graham will also cover the sequencing in relation to the seawall in the next part, and the reason why that needs to be done sooner rather than later.
Right, so if there's no other questions on that, we'll move on to the next part, seawall.
Thank you. So again, I don't intend to go into the background in too much detail. You'll be familiar with the southern seawall section, which runs from the tidal stairs down to the boardwalk, and the fact that the northern section of that seawall from the tidal stairs up towards Bobby's has been done and was completed in 2024. There was a condition assessment done by Tonkin and Taylor of that seawall back in 2023, and the findings of that was effectively that the entire seawall was at or close to the end of its life, and it gave it 5 years of life remaining from that 23 assessment. There's been various shotcrete done across the wall to fill gaps and voids, but one of the concerns with that is it's not able to effectively treat the toe of the wall, and so the thought is that toe of the wall continues to be undermined. As we've mentioned, it's a critical enabling project for the remainder of the projects, the Whariwaka, in the South Park. There's numerous and lots of reasons why construction of that seawall before those projects is preferred from a delivery and methodology perspective. Obviously, heavy machinery needs to get in to do that work along the seawall, and so having lay-down areas and construction areas and driving in and out of that from a delivery perspective increases lots of risk when it comes to if other projects had proceeded before that. So working from the water back makes sense. The northern seawall component of the seawall was a competitive open tender. Again, it attracted good bids, and what we're proposing here is to utilise effectively rates and the tenderer and the contractor who was successful with that project for investigating further the completion of the southern seawall piece. Whilst there's obviously been escalation since that time, we do have those rates which were a result of a competitive tender process which we can validate against. There's also savings to be made when it comes to replication of that design. Whilst the design needs to be adjusted to reflect the factors of the southern seawall, the slope of the seawall, the toe size, etc., it can be done relatively efficiently using that design from the northern seawall piece. In addition to that, utilising the same contractor means that lessons learned from a constructability perspective, which we did find in the northern seawall component, can be built into design from the outset. So you reduce risk and increase efficiency around having a buildable design from the outset. So we're proposing at this stage to enter into a D&B relationship with the contractor who delivered the northern seawall. What that would see is them updating the design and then looking to reprice it based on those pricing factors that we mentioned. That would be QS'd and validated, and we would be obviously going through a pricing validation process before moving any further. And that would obviously go back, we're proposing to go back to the Te Manawa Taki o Papa board for endorsement of that outcome prior to any delivery taking place. The current budget for the southern seawall component is sitting at $4.4 million, and that includes a contingency of $739,000. We have done some high-level pricing based on escalated rates of the northern seawall, and we believe we can deliver it within that budget. The next. Yes, from a sequencing perspective, as we say, there's a couple of options. I mean, obviously, as I mentioned, it's preferable to get that seawall done before the landside projects. There's a couple of options in terms of staging the seawall project or doing it all at once. What we're proposing at this stage is you start at the southern section by the boardwalk and make your way up towards what is the second pontoon there up by the Purakawa trees. So that southern section there would enable you to get past the building envelope of the Whariwaka. To do that, you can come in where the car park is on the Whariwaka side and get to that part of the seawall. If you go any further than that, you have to come in the other side of the Purakawa trees because you can't get down, which would mean you have to come in and do some demolition and have a sit-down area currently where the shades are set out in that southern reserve area. So what we're proposing is to deliver the southern end, which enables you to follow your way back and leave a good building platform for the Whariwaka. You would demobilise at that stage, and then you would come back and continue with the remainder of the southern seawall at the same time as you're ready to go with the final project, the South Park Southern Reserve. So you know what your final product looks like, and you can tie it in nicely from a delivery perspective. The other alternative is to continue along the whole seawall and go from southern end up to the tidal stairs and complete it all in one stage. And as I say, the downside of that is the fact that some of the South Park area as it stands today would be damaged, and so we'd need to consider either temporary finish or speeding up delivery of the South Park to make sure it can tie in nicely to ensure it's safe and usable. As Jane alluded to, delivery in accordance with what we're proposing requires a $1 million bring forward from financial year 2028 to 2027. We're proposing that we find a suitable offset from the remainder of the major project portfolio to ensure that doesn't impact on TCC's overall capital program, and we're confident we can find that offset. I think that's probably about it from me, so I'm happy to pause there.
So, yeah, again, this report, brings a lot of advantages, I guess, in using the same contractor, etc. So how are we going to see those being actually realised, that using the same contractor and learning from previous, is that being realised that we can do it within budget, or should we be expecting to actually do it under budget, considering that there's a whole lot of advantages that this plan is actually going to deliver good value for money?
We will be doing our best to bring it under budget. There will be a couple of things. When that budget was set, it was a while ago. So obviously there has been escalation since then in terms of rates, so we will need to take that into account. We would expect that we would be able to achieve it for less, but we do not know until we have got a final pricing. And in terms of percentage savings around the use of the design that is already there, you may expect a saving of around 50% of the design fee, but we would need to work through that process, and it would be premature for us as staff to be suggesting what those savings might be. But what we will be doing is making sure that we are pushing in terms of rates, in terms of delivery methodology, and in terms of use of the existing design to try to achieve under that budget.
So just interested in that budget. So was this due to be delivered before now?
I think it was. I'm not sure exactly how far it was pushed out. I think only by a year or so it was pushed out as part of prioritisation of the program at some stage. So it would have been due for delivery, I think, probably this year in FY27 originally.
Okay, because my understanding is inflation and cost escalation and all that sort of stuff is taken account when we put in budget. So that would mean that we're expecting a 1 year potentially of an increase, if anything.
Yes, that's exactly right. However, at the time the budget was set, it was pre the current oil crisis. So I'm just signalling that there may be some further escalation, given that at the point that it was done, it probably was predicted the forecast for inflation were that they would be coming down and continuing to come down. So absolutely, your point is right, Mayor Drysdale, but it's a slightly changed environment that we are in now.
Any other? Councillor Taylor.
Good morning. A couple of questions. First one is stage northern end. How did that go for contingency? Was there anything used in that?
I believe we did use some contingency, but we came under budget. I'd need to double check exactly how far, but I can get that back.
Second question is, there's a boat ramp on the left-hand side of that photo. Is that part of this, or have we checked it out to make sure it's up to scratch? Or?
We have checked it out, and we're still looking into it in terms of whether anything. It's not part of the seawall project, no. Part of the Whariwaka project is a slight upgrade to that boat ramp. To the hard boat ramp that goes to the water to make sure that the Whariwaka is functional to get boats in and out. The whare is going to be a functional boat facility where the boats come in and out, and so the immediate landscaping around the whare and including that boat ramp is in the South Park project budget.
Can I suggest that it might be worth looking at timing on that, because obviously if they're digging up around there for the seawall, the boat ramp should be done at the same time, I would have thought.
Councillor Schuller.
Thanks, Mayor. Just looking at this one, it's largely an infrastructure or sequencing type issue as opposed to making decisions around some of the detail. So just in terms of the impact really for us to consider, I suppose, is, you know, the impact of delaying it or not bringing forward funding so you can get into it. What are the sort of time issues that we'll run into if we don't, you know, bring it forward so we can get that whole project going?
I suppose my responsibility, obviously you've got the assessments about the end of life at 2028, but I think the main thing, if you didn't bring ahead, then you either got two options: you delay the other projects, or you look at a different methodology, like coming in from the water and using barges and things like that to be able to get your heavy machinery and deliver rocks. Obviously that comes with costs, and that is not a preferred delivery model when it comes to doing a seawall such as this. So getting in while you can, where you can utilise set down areas and things like that before these other projects are built, has a lot of efficiencies from that perspective.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. That's so, yeah, certainly if we got access to deliver that the way you're suggesting is better. I suppose my broader question is around that bigger context of us as a city having some significant events coming to us in the near future, and, you know, is delay going to start to push into that timeline where we're running at risk? You know, for me, having the waterfront done and dusted and ready to go before the world comes is at a personal level, is quite important. So I suppose I'm asking the question around how much leg room do we have? If, you know.
Yeah, not a lot, I suppose, not a lot of leg room. If we follow through, and then we've still got the South Reserve to finish at the end of this, and if you're thinking mid-2028 type timing, then right now we believe we can get it all done, but delays would obviously, you know, slowly start putting that at risk for sure.
I just have a question. Can we just be very cognizant of what it would cost in 2 stages versus 1, and so that that's taken into account? Because if that's only a small amount, then that's fine, but if it's significant, I think we should, you know, look at those options. So
we can certainly provide that. We do have it. The number, it's the demob costs in terms of getting machinery off-site and then bringing them back. It wasn't a significant number. I won't guess what it is. I'll bring it back to you, but yeah.
Councillor Schooler.
Thank you, Mayor Mahe. So just again, this recommendation, is that replacing the resolution in the paper, or because the
perhaps you could advise, Councillor, how you consider it's different. In our view, we consider it to be the same.
So therefore, because I was just going to ask whether I talk about that one or this one. So just in terms of the resolution, at the moment you talk in D of approves the delivery within the current budget allocation, and budget we've just heard is approved 2026-27, but that's actually a long-term plan budget because we haven't approved anything in 27-28. I'm just, again, the terminology is confusing to me. And then if we are approving the bringing forward of the 1 million, is that in effect saying we've approved the whole 4.4, which actually is only 3.4 left for 27-28? I'm just confused as to, are we being asked to approve something for 27-28, which we sort of try not to do going a year ahead.
Yes, so the overall budget of 4.4 forms part of the current long-term plan. So that has been adopted by council. The way in which it was phased within the long-term plan was that $1 million of the 4.4 would be spent in the 27-28 year, not the 26-27 year. And so we are asking council to approve bringing forward that $1 million to spend it in this financial year. But we are not anticipating that that will have any impact on the overall annual plan figure, because we are looking to defer and move around within the program that we have in the annual plan to be able to accommodate that in this financial year. So it may mean that there is something that is slightly further out, but also equally within the program that we have. Some things are a bit slower anyway, and so fall into the next financial year.
So a couple of things. Just, can we please have resolutions that talk about which year the budget relates to, so that it's not confusing? So again, exactly as I've said before. And also, can we include in the resolution the fact that we will actually offset? So this, in point 70, I think it is, it says we will offset that by something else. That should be in the resolution, because we do, remember, 6 months' time, we go back and we get quoted the resolutions we've approved, but it really needs to be clear which years we're talking about our budget belongs to. And if we've got that offset of $1 million, that needs to be clear in the resolution too, please.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I had 3 questions actually. One of them is, my understanding is there's other parts of Tauranga that have a need for work done for potential coastal erosion of seawalls, etc. So how does this particular one rate? I found sort of reports from Tonkin and Taylor and tried to find that, but I can't sort of see where this is.
So I can't answer that question. It would be part of our infrastructure, but in terms of the need to do it, the Tonkin and Taylor report did identify that it should be done within the next 3 years. And so we can find the answer for that through our ops team and Renika's team in terms of prioritisation around that. Having said that, it probably goes to the sequencing question in terms of it is a need to do it, but equally there will be if you like, a sunk cost or a down cost and an additional cost if you come back and do it after doing the other waterfront projects.
Understand that. I guess it's just that something where feedback from the public is that there are other more important things right now in terms of encroachment. Second question is, are we looking at doing the living, what are they called, like the living seawall thing there? And the third question was, if we are, have we had the discussion with the Port of Tauranga, or will we have the discussion to see if they can chip in another $500,000 or whatever they wish to add?
We are looking at it. We haven't made a decision or any approaches. We plan to, speak to the University of Waikato to get an update in terms of how those have been. Looked at the practicality when we're doing the design as to whether or not they can be put in on the southern section. There's slightly different angles and slopes of walls and things like that, so investigate that and then investigate the funding aspect as well. So it's something that will be considered as part of that design process.
No other questions on this, so we'll move on to the next.
Sorry, can I just reply to Councillor Taylor's question on the northern seawall? We delivered the northern seawall for $3.3 million against a budget of $3.9 million.
Project.
Yeah, morning everyone. So I'm going to quickly provide an overview of the waterfront railway crossings. So council will be familiar with this project. I know it's been through the chambers and a working group over a period of time. Effectively, the overall project was originally budgeted in the long-term plan at a cost of $7.2 million to provide a suite of upgrades to level crossings. The scope of those have been refined over time to the 4 level crossing upgrades that are highlighted on the plan there. Effectively, the project's now at a stage where the design's complete. We've also received effectively pricing through from Kiwi Rail and estimates or informed estimates in terms of the ancillary works that are required to deliver the project. The costs for that remain within that original $7.2 million budget. In addition to that, we've also secured some external funding, particularly through NZTA, as Jane noted earlier. What that does is reduces the net cost to council in terms of the forecast outturn to $4.62 million. And effectively, the project is, at this point in time, design's complete and ready to proceed into effectively engagement of those contractors and proposed delivery. We have received a proposed delivery timeline in terms of when those upgrades can be completed. Masonic Park would be looking to be delivered by September this year, looking to deliver that in alignment with proposed opening of some of the facilities at Te Manawataki o Te Papa. Some of the other crossings require what Kiwi Rail term as block of lines, and so they're generally restricted to long weekends, and scheduling those in requires a long lead time. We're working through that at the moment. The proposed timeframes are highlighted there. We do note that Wharf Street and Spring Street are currently proposed in Easter 27, which we note potentially conflicts with some activities, the Jazz Festival particularly. So that's something that we'll be working through in terms of what the scope of those works entail, and if there are opportunities to, firstly, how that would work if that timing was to be progressed, or alternatively what alternative dates are. But today isn't to work through the detail of that. What we're working through at the moment is effectively the decision on whether or not to enter into those engagements. So I'll quickly go to the next slide. So this provides an overview of the costs. Effectively, the current budget as per the annual plan and draft long-term plan are outlined there, with the external funding is noted to a total budget of 4.74. Our forecast cost remains 7.18. We've also provided a breakdown of some of the components that make up the forecast costs moving forward, including the Kiwi Rail specific works. We've also got a separate package of works proposed for some of the non-Kiwi Rail delivered components. So that's the other civils and ancillary works to deliver those 4 crossing upgrades. We can come back to questions on those if required. The recommendation at this point is effectively to proceed into the implementation and delivery based on the works that have been scoped and priced. Noting the net cost to council is 4.62, which is significantly reduced from the original budget allocations, which were assuming full TCC funding. To deliver, we're recommending a direct appointment of Kiwi Rail to deliver the track and signal works. They are the only ones who are able to deliver that, so we don't really have an option for those components. That's been priced, reviewed and validated. We've negotiated some of those components and managed to make some savings, which are outlined in the report. We've also proposing a closed competitive procurement process for the ancillary supporting works. So that would be through KiwiRail have nominated or approved contractors. We'd be looking to undertake a competitive procurement process within those suppliers for those alternative works to maintain some price tension for those components. And I'll propose to leave it there and take the report as read from page 76 of the agenda. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, and thank you. That's a good table, that one, if we go back a page, because it does give me a good understanding of where we're at and what we've got to go. So thank you for that. I guess my question is just around the tension, and obviously KiwiRail and the auxiliary services are done by specific contractors, and KiwiRail being, monopoly. But have we got an idea as to whether that is sort of competitive and appropriate?
Yeah, so the KiwiRail works, yes, we have been through, we've independently assessed those, and they do fit within market pricing. Again, we don't really have a lot of options in that space, but we have tested it and think they're fair and reasonable prices. We've also, within that pricing that's come through from KiwiRail, we've tested and challenged and managed to reduce that pricing slightly around a couple of those elements as well. In terms of the ancillary works, that is something that we will go through a competitive process around to make sure that we've got that price tension built in.
And then my other question is just the spend to date. That's around 19-20% of the total budget. Is that quite normal for a railway design? It seems quite excessive, but yeah. Again, I'm coming in a little bit fresh to this one, but I'd say the spend to date, it's largely around the design costs. It probably is slightly high. It's probably because I'd say as a result of there has been a little bit of back and forth on some of these components, and so that's probably what's driven some of that cost to date. It is in the, it is what it is now, but I'd say it is slightly high compared to what we'd traditionally expect for other projects moving forward.
I'll just add to that spend up to date. When the project was originally done, it had three pedestrian crossings with one road crossing, and that was moving the road entrance into the waterfront from Wharf Street down to Spring Street. When Councillor Kirk and I got involved, I couldn't understand why Dive Crescent wasn't included in the process, given what had happened a year prior to us being elected with a tragic loss of life at the Hewlett's Road crossing, and NZTA, along with KiwiRail's emphasis on making rail crossings safer for both pedestrian and vehicle use. So we sort of changed the scope at that point, removed one pedestrian crossing and added the road crossing at Dive Crescent. So that changed the scope a wee bit, which added a little bit of cost. So that's kind of, we've done that as such in order to make a safe crossing at Dive Crescent, given the fact that the car park's there and the park's there and people are crossing. So we need to make it safe. We've also added a safe island on Dive Crescent and a pedestrian closer so people can transition from the car park to the play area or the waterfront in a more direct line. So that's part of where that initial cost has been, is to change. But well done to the staff on getting some more funding, because my initial figure from NZTA was at 1.3, so you've almost doubled that, so well done. And also my initial indication for KiwiRail was nearly 3.5, so well done for getting it down to 3.17, so well done on that. But yeah, I'm happy to go ahead with this.
And sorry, just for clarification, we're talking 4 railway crossings, because there's only 3 listed in the table.
Yeah, correct. It is 4 crossings.
Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor Mahe. So just in terms of that Easter weekend, I know you said you can work around it. I would be very nervous to be approving something where the paper read that it's construction over Easter weekend. The Jazz Festival is really important. So to me, I would like it noted in the resolution that the construction would need to take place outside events that happen in Tauranga, because I think we need to be very specific about that. We do need to move it. We've got, this is the longest running jazz festival in the world. I wouldn't want our Kiwi Rail to be saying it has to happen then, and therefore we move the jazz festival. So I would like that noted when we do the resolution, if that's possible, please.
Yep, acknowledge that. I think, we'll need to work through what the options are further with Kiwi Rail around that timing. Like we say, it's a work in progress at the moment. We do need to find an appropriate window to deliver those crossings, and they are very limited in terms of those. And also noting that generally long weekends is when we do have events. So if it's not the Jazz Festival, it might be some other event. So we may need to have a look at that. It will need to likely be over a long weekend time at some stage, but acknowledge that point and comfortable.
And I think it's just working in with them. For example, the South Crossing may be able to be delivered during the Jazz Fest because it's sort of out of the way, but to do one right in the middle seems doesn't seem that sensible. So.
That's right, and we've acknowledged that, and because the other option too is some of these may not necessarily need a block of line; they might be able to be done during the night. So we're just working around what that program and sequencing looks like. But absolutely, in terms of the Jazz Festival at Easter, it wouldn't be appropriate to be having the works in that location.
Thank you, Councillor Schuler.
Thank you, Mayor. Just quickly, the cost per pedestrian crossing. We know what that is, eh? Huh? No, because one's a car one. Two of the cars, sorry.
Yeah, so for example, the Masonic Park, that's a pedestrian crossing. That's approximately $1 million.
Okay, if I can ask a couple more, sir. Thank you. So within the process that was followed through with Kiwi Rail, or just getting the number of crossings, and we've changed obviously because there was one originally on Hamilton Street, I understand, coming through from here and into the green space on the north. We've taken that around. Was there an absolute number that was allowed to be had along that strip, or was that not the process of the negotiation in terms of where we got to with our three now onto the Strand?
I can't speak to all the background on that. I haven't been involved all the way through those components. My understanding is it's a combination of both what the council wanted, and Councillor Rosenboom spoke to some components of that in terms of a change in the combination between pedestrian crossings and vehicle crossings. And there's also a safety element that Kiwi Rail look at as well, in terms of obviously, the more crossings through the corridor, the increased risk profile. So there is a balance through that's effectively been reached through the design that's been developed to date.
Councillor Crowther.
I thought I understood the table on page 24, but I don't think I do now. It's paragraph 127. And can you just itemise for the 4 crossings what the actual total cost of each of those 4 crossings is?
On which paragraph, sorry, Councillor?
Well, I was looking at paragraph 127, but you can get it from wherever you want to get it from. But I had, when you said it was approximately 1 million for that crossing, I'm thinking that doesn't sort of make sense with what I'm looking at here. And can you clarify if you're including construction cost or total cost for that? And contingency or non-contingency?
Yeah. So what I can, so in terms of the individual crossing, so there's the 4 crossing points, so I can give you the individual bottom-up estimates, excluding contingencies and including effectively the construction costs without the overheads. So the Masonic Park is currently forecast at 1.12, Wharf Street 1.04, Spring Street at 1.37 and Dive Crescent at 1.4. So that's the updated cost estimate, effectively, that's come through from the suppliers from a bottom-up perspective.
Can you just say the one on Spring Street? How much was that?
1.37.
Right. So we've got here 1.6. Well, I'm just really struggling with that table, I guess. But so we've spent about 300,000 on it, and we've got 1.6 to go. It just doesn't sort of add up.
So it's always challenging. This table is from our financial reporting. So it comes out of SAP and it formed the budget element. What Chris is talking about is the estimate that has been received from a bottom-up analysis from the contractors, and that's where it may be different.
I think, if I can through the chair, just suggest, and it's a bit in line with what the Deputy Mayor said, if we have before these kind of papers, and it applies to those transport ones as well, that just have one simple master table in a spreadsheet form, ideally, that gets sent to us, which just links both those. So you sort of end up with a table that has a column that is the budget from the finance team, a column that has the actuals, and in all cases to say whether it has contingency or not, whether it includes the overheads, as you termed it, Chris, or not, and whether those overheads include capitalised staff costs or not, because it's really hard for us getting apples and pears and oranges, and to me, I just thought, I was trying to get my head around why it cost 3.3 million for one crossing, but obviously it's not, it's for the two, but you're doing them at completely separate times, but the budget's different. So just to give you a feel for it, like that, it's almost meaningless if it gets to this point. So we just need more meaningful numbers. Yeah.
And we will do our best. That is what we've tried to do, to explain it in the table, and we will do our best. It is challenging within the marrying up of project with finance, and they are two different systems. So we are working to try and provide, and so the table that has been provided in the presentation is where we are at now, and so that is to be taken as the financial position at the moment.
Right, is there any other questions on that? Okay, next we'll move on. We Central Plaza.
Good morning. So the Central Waterfront Plaza currently has an allocated budget in the LCP of 5.5 million, and there's a current project forecast cost of 4.89 million, which is a saving of 610,000 against the current budget. It should be noted that this includes costs to date of 1 million, which relate primarily to the construction of the waterfront amenity block and previous stages of the waterfront construction. The process this project has been through to date is it has been through an open tender procurement process in May 2025 with a preferred contractor identified, and this had an initial tender cost of 3.72 million. There's been a series of design review workshops which have been undertaken to try and optimise the design for the Central Waterfront Plaza whilst maintaining the project outcomes and objectives, which has seen this construction price reduce further by 750,000 to 2.97 million. Those changes from the original design have included a 35% reduction in the stone paving extent and a reduction in the water feature jets from 28 down to 13, which has meant the associated plumbing and pipework has been simplified. There's been a reduction in the hard landscaping area and an increase in soft landscaping by 67%. Drainage and site adjustments have been made in the drainage design and the overall drainage requirements in relation to the water feature. and there's been a reconfiguration of the seating layout, which has seen the removal of the linear stone seating and replacing these with lower cost precast concrete seating units. The water feature detailing has been reviewed as well, with the configuration of the routed stone pavement detail to reduce the depth and the spread of contours, which has addressed issues with trip hazards and improved accessibility, particularly in comparison to the fountains that are in the Masonic Park currently. There is a further option on the table with relation to this project, which would see the removal of the water feature in this location, which would see an additional reduction in cost of a further $600,000 against this project. So following some renders of those two options. So this is showing the scheme with the water feature in place, but at a reduced scale with the reduction of the jets and the increased planting. Here's the next one. And this is a render showing the removal of the water feature and replacing it with a lawn or grass area. So essentially for the Central Plaza, there are three options we're proposing today. Option one looks at the delivery of the Central Plaza, which includes the water feature at a cost of a total project cost of $4.89 million. The benefits of that is it will deliver the intended project outcome. It supports Te Manawa o Te Papa in terms of the cultural and historical narratives, and it creates an interactive destination space on the waterfront. It does, however, with any water feature, come with a higher capital cost and also ongoing maintenance and OPEX costs. Option two would see the delivery of the Waterfront Central Plaza excluding the water feature. This comes at a total project cost of $4.29 million. The advantages is that it's a lower capital cost and will have also lower operating costs with the removal of the water feature, and still delivers a significant improvement in terms of landscape and public realm on the waterfront. Some of the disadvantages will be around a reduced visitor experience and removes a key design feature and doesn't achieve some of those initial project outcomes. Option three is to really restart the project. Go back, redefine the scope and objectives, and redefine what that space will mean for the city centre. The cost would be to be confirmed and would be workshopped with elected members to see what the scope for the project would be. Some of the advantage is there may be opportunity for further cost reduction. We can reassess the scope and delivery approach. There'll be some flexibility in terms of the project design. It responds to the current concerns around expenditure on this project and could deliver savings if delivered in conjunction with the Strand South development. However, this will delay delivery, incur additional redesign costs, which also means that previous design work would not be utilised, and better value for money potentially may not be guaranteed. Open to taking any questions.
Right, thank you for that presentation. My question is around the water, and I note in here it says that the pumps need to be replaced every 2 years, which surprises me because pumps don't generally only last 2 years, but that has a massive, I guess, alarm bells on how much the OPEX is actually going to be. Secondly, though, because one of the questions I have previously asked is, we could take out a whole lot of cost by using seawater and returning seawater, and we don't have to treat it. But I guess the disadvantage of that was that the pumps, etc., would have to get replaced more often. But if they're going to get replaced every 2 years, I don't see how actually seawater is going to affect that. So I'm just interested in whether that option's been looked at and why these pumps have to be replaced so often.
We did look at seawater as one of the options, although it's not just the pumps. Obviously, the seawater has wear and tear on. It's kind of the other componentry involved with the water feature that could potentially degrade it. There's currently in the LTP an OPEX allowance of about $5,000 per annum for the servicing and the maintenance of those pumps.
So we're going to be able to replace the pumps every 2 years with $5,000 a year?
It'll depend on, obviously, the servicing and the quality of the pumps that go in.
Well, it's like 4 pumps, and they're about 25 grand each. So
I'd have to come back to you with that detail.
well, that's what the quote said. So okay, I'm surprised. But all right. Any other questions?
So just in terms of option 2, is that picture 2?
Yes, correct.
So can we just have a look at picture 2? So I just struggle a little bit with 4 million. The cost that would be made up, that would get to 4 million on that piece of land.
So we've looked at, in terms of the 4 million, is the 600,000 reduction on that particular scheme relates to just the removal of the water feature. There'd be potentially kind of further reductions. We've just kind of explored it at what it would be to remove, I guess, the pumps, the drainage, the features, and then install the water feature, not install the water feature.
And I guess I've got Poratakataka Reserve as a, it was meant to be a park that people used, and the water features were meant to be part of that. They no longer operate. It's a pretty ugly concrete park in the middle of the mount now. So I guess I'd be very nervous, particularly if we think we're going to replace pumps every 2 years for 5,000, including maintenance. When I look at that, I just think that green is pretty nice in the middle of a city. But I don't understand how that could cost 4.29 million.
Councillor Baker.
Tēnā koutou, thank you for the report and presentation this morning. On that, the pumps and replacement every 2 years, kōrero, is that on the assumption that those jets are running 24/7? And so have we investigated an on-off button? There's a nod going here, and what was the kind of benefit or not of an on-off button, kind of like they have in Opotiki, if you've seen that? I've mentioned it before.
Sorry, it was something we did discuss as a water saving feature, as rather than going to waste. But I don't know whether it actually got to costings. But
No, we haven't costed that option.
Yeah, I don't know, it might be a bit late in the game, but perhaps it's worth investigating further. And I can only speak to the Opotiki example, but the feature only pumps water when the kids press the button, and if there's not kids there at night, then we're saving a full 12 plus hours of water usage and time every day, which may then extend the longevity of those pumps potentially, because they're not running 24/7.
Councillor Schooler and then Councillor Crowther.
And I guess I've also noticed on Masonic Park outside the art gallery, I was there when there were a group of parents there with young kids and the water features weren't working, and they were asking themselves, oh, why aren't the water features working? So are we confident in our ability to build water features that actually are working, and what is the reason that they don't always work in Masonic Park? Because I don't think there is a button that kids have to press, but I like the idea of pressing a button because that's an extra feature. Who's going to press a button?
I would need to check in with the operations team as to why the fountains weren't working in Masonic Park. They do get taken offline for servicing periodically, but I would need to check with the operations team as to why there were issues with those particular fountains. Yeah.
And do we look at additional options to a stone? I still have a massive concern around the safety, looking at Masonic Park, and it's all very good, when people are playing in the fountains, but we've had, the Christmas tree lights and putting it on, and people are tripping and falling and, finding it a real nuisance that the ground's not flat. When you've got lots of people around you, you can't see it. So even if it's less, I've been down there when we've had, the Manu competition. There's thousands of people down on the bank, and if you're standing around or trying to sit down and there's an uneven ground, I don't think it's particularly safe.
So yes, there are two options that we would explore further with relation to those, the routing. So one of the things we've looked at the moment is shallowing up that routing and having less contours, so it's not as steep as the ones in Masonic Park, or removing the routing completely, and looking at etching or some other way of expressing those features. But definitely looking at shallowing up and certainly not having that same sort of gradient that we have on those ones at Masonic Park.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I had a couple of questions. One of them was, just so I understand the water scenario, is the seawater causes degradation quicker of various bits of infrastructure, so there's a cost to that. We haven't got the cost, but you'll provide that. The other thing, though, is if it's not seawater, my understanding is you can't discharge it into the sea. So do we have some kind of ballpark comparative cost savings from using seawater and not having to go through stormwater consents and to actually go through infrastructure to dechlorinate and all that sort of stuff?
No, so the two scenarios for the water that we were asked to look at was looking at the reticulated system and using a non-reticulated system, which would just your potable water effectively through the system. So if we were to go to a potable water example, that would potentially add additional savings of about 350,000.
If the cost, the 4 point whatever it is, I can't even remember the number now, but the higher number, that you're saying that is non-potable, and therefore it has higher cost. If we use potable, it'll be lower cost?
So that's treating the water through a reticulated closed system. If we were to use potable water, we would be drawing the water and then discharging it.
Okay, so this one is not discharging it.
So the cost for the water feature currently is based on having a closed reticulated system with which is part of the cost for the water feature. So it's the treatment of that water feature as it circulates through the system. It doesn't discharge it.
Okay.
Do we have a calculation of how much water we use a year so we can compare that to the $350,000 saving?
Yeah, I can get that for you.
I'm probably a bit slow this morning, but are you saying, because I'm thinking back to our previous conversations, that you're saying the water does not discharge anywhere, it just stays circling round and round and round through, and so therefore the quantity of water will be insignificant because it's not actually using water apart from the initial amount?
Correct. And that's the cost in the fountain, it's the treatment and the reticulation, the recirculation of that water.
Okay.
Yeah.
350,000 to build a treatment plant to deal with that water.
Just through the chair, I guess my question could be summarised. It'd be great to have just like a nice, simple, again, a table which had the three options for water, the total whole of life costs for each of those three options, because that's really what it comes down to. I don't think we've got a particular bias towards any option, but I think collectively we'd probably quite like to get the most cost-effective and environmentally beneficial, and to, so we're sort of halfway there, but we haven't got that clarity.
I think that, to me, the OPEX cost is a massive part of this. We haven't got a way to determine that. Is there any other questions? Otherwise, we'll move on to the Strand South. Right, we'll move on to Strand South.
So this is back to me. We can just go to the next slide. As we talked about at the beginning, there is currently a budget allocation of 10.15 million. That's in the long-term plan, 2024 to 34. That includes a contingency of 1.1 million. So the design for that project is at concept stage. So there's been no detailed design completed and there hasn't been any procurement undertaken. So what we are proposing, because this has, there is an opportunity to influence the future scope of that project, is to bring back to council or propose a workshop where we would consider and develop the concept that council would like to achieve down there, the outcomes, and look at the materials and other aspects that may achieve that. And within that, there are likely to be options which would give a greater or lower level of cost. And then once we have formed and understand what it is that council wants to achieve, what sort of, if you like, across a continuum between in that 10.15 million is at which end. It might be at the much lower end, somewhere in the middle, or closer to what the budget is. We would then proceed with the design of that and bring that back to council for final approval within the envelope that has been identified through the workshop. There is also an option to leave this area as it is, and again that is something that council could consider, but the decision would need to be made, as we've talked about before, because of the seawall and the second section of that. If you were going to sort of pause and then deliver the second section, a decision needs to be made sooner rather than later around the proposals for that park to ensure that it can be sequenced alongside the seawall delivery. So today we're just seeking endorsement from elected members to proceed to a workshop as soon as we can get an available date to work through those proposals.
All right, thank you. That's great. I just sorry, I had a question on the previous item. Are we able to get any OPEX information, or is that, have we got that data somewhere or not for the Central Plaza?
I can check in with the operational teams.
Okay, all right.
There's currently, like I said, 5,000 a year budgeted.
Right, thank you. And the water volume as well would be, if we could, yearly water volume will give us a good understanding. Yeah, any questions?
Yeah, just in terms of Councillor Taylor's question previously about the boat ramp that is, I think, just north of the South Park. And I think you said that we don't know, haven't assessed that. Can we just, if we are looking, because we want to, if this is the final decision we make, we don't want to find we've got things that have been missed out. So that would be something that would be good to include in that workshop if we can, if that's possible.
Yes, we can.
Would it make sense that we deliver the South Park in conjunction with the Central Plaza? Is there any efficiencies or benefit to that?
I guess if you were starting from the beginning and you had a similar contractor, yes, there may be some efficiencies, or yes, there would be if you were delivering the whole. However, given where they are in terms of design, and so design of South Park being at concept and the Central Plaza being essentially priced, if you like, and with a contractor ready to go, you'd have to think about the potential delay costs and I suppose some aspects of sunk cost around that if you were redesigning the whole. But yes, potentially there could be.
But doing them in silos, do we not risk having basically locking ourselves into the south part as to it's got to align? We can't have two completely different designs and concepts for two parks on the waterfront, can we?
Probably to answer your question, no, you wouldn't want that. Yes, so you're right. But in terms of achieving the outcomes, so yes, in terms of the overall look and feel, absolutely. And so, as you say, and I agree that there would be benefits in doing that. And all I'm suggesting is that you just want to have a look at the stage that it's at and what's already been spent, and weigh that up in the round.
Yep. Right. Any questions, Councillor Schuler?
This is just going to bounce quickly back to the whareawaka, and it's a bit of a tie-on from the Mayor's interest question. So how much, just quickly, how much in terms of design and planning have we spent on that whareawaka? I know it's all part of the, we've got a rough number on what that is, and then what we would expect a restart and a redo. Obviously, you just talked about sunken costs, so so how much of what's there now would transfer if it's fully sunken cost, and then what are we likely up for if we don't proceed largely as we are? What are the sunken or extra costs that we're going to be burdened with?
So the cost to dates on the whareawaka are 330,000, just under. They're split across design. There's been some ground investigation work done, so it's not all design costs. I'd need to get the exact number to split that out. I think what we're proposing if we were to start again is the majority of that work, the ground investigation work obviously would still be useful because we know what's in the ground. The design work is unlikely to be useful because we're saying you have to start from scratch, and very much you have to look at probably a different procurement or delivery model, whether that's a prefab solution or something to that effect, but it's likely to mean that the majority of that design work would be sunk cost.
Right, is there any, sorry.
Oh, sorry, so then,
Just microphone, sorry.
If you were coming at, then would we be saying you're looking at the similar again, or 250,000, like, because any change, obviously, assuming what's potentially here is people be looking for more value in change, so then is that going to be a linear down, or is there sort of, could you say now, hey, best guess it's going to be another 250,000, or is it 150, or I just would love to have a number in my head when I'm making that, thinking about the next part of this.
Yeah, I think it's very difficult to come up with a number. It would be a very different procurement solution because I suspect if you went down the road of redesigning a facility similar, then you would be looking at a similar number. So you would have to take a different approach. And as I say, that's likely to be something like a prefab solution, which would come with a much lower design cost element. And so I'd be guessing if I said exactly what that number would be.
Right, if there's no further questions, then I propose we let this lie on the table while we wait for that information that we've requested. Have I got a seconder for that? Councillor Schooler, thank you. All those in favour? That we'll leave that lying on the table and hopefully deal with that later on today. So we're 11:30, so we will take a break and we'll come back at 11:40 to go through the LTP. Right, welcome back everybody. So now we're moving on to 11.2 LTP 2027 to 2037 matters, significant forecasting assumptions and a zero-based budgeting approach. I've got hand over to Craig and Josh.
Thank you. Good morning. This brings back to you a official paper, if you like, of the significant forecasting assumptions that we brought to you on the 2nd of July at the workshop. And you'll remember we didn't get time to go through the zero-based budgeting stuff at the workshop, but the material was circulated, and so this paper also brings you a official paper to council to endorse that approach. I'll take the paper as read, and any questions? Oh, sorry, did you want to add anything, Craig?
Just to note that there have been a couple of opportunities for elected members to drop in and discuss zero-based budgeting, which some around the table have taken advantage of. We can offer more, and happy to have a discussion today also.
All right, is there any questions on this paper, knowing that we have workshopped some of it? Councillor Crowther?
Yeah, thanks, Craig, for having a discussion the other day with me. Can you just, I guess, in terms of the public sort of understanding, can you outline your view in terms of how this approach would phase into rather than conflict with any amalgamation of councils that could happen very early on in the long-term plan period?
Yeah, of course we don't today know the future shape of any amalgamation or formation of new unitary councils, but I guess we can make some reasonable judgments and estimates today. The point really is that we design the organisation in the long-term plan in a way that's agile and flexible and can reasonably respond to those changes.
Right, is there any other questions? No other questions. All right, that makes it easy. Thank you, staff, for answering all the questions. Now, I ask if we've got a mover and seconder for the proposed resolutions, and this is around receiving the report, adopting the draft significant forecasting assumptions, which is all in attachment 1. Notes that some assumptions are dynamic and will continue to change over the next 6 months. Obviously, we've heard today that inflation's at 4%, so those are the kind of assumptions that will keep being updated, and endorses a zero-based budgeting approach for preparing the operational budgets for the LTP. So Councillor Crowther's happy to move. We've got a seconder, Councillor Morris, thank you. Councillor Crowther, would you like to speak to the report?
Just briefly, I think this will be a very helpful process. To be honest, I was a little bit sceptical given the huge changes that are likely to happen sooner rather than later in terms of council amalgamations and all that sort of stuff. But having met with the finance team the other day to discuss it, I think I was very reassured that this will not only give a more robust process for developing the long-term plan, but will also give us some really helpful information for any discussions or any amalgamation that happens in the next year or 3. So I think it's a good move all around. I think it's an initiative that's been driven by a number of people around the table, more so than me, but the Mayor and Deputy included, and I think it's a really helpful thing to understand what's going on in our organisation. So well done to everyone.
Briefly, I just need to exercise my vocal cords for the meeting. It's interesting, the lower projections in terms of population. I think that we need to reflect on the limited supply of residential housing coming in greenfield residential housing coming on to the market in our city, and how essentially it's going to take at least till 2029 and beyond to get to where we were projected to be in terms of population this year in the last long-term plan. So that's evidence of a real slowdown.
Councillor Roseboom.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few comments around the general concept of zero-based budgeting is fine, but it does cost. So I don't think we can apply it to every single project. I think we need to pick key projects or blocks of projects with similar outcomes and do one, and then take those learnings and apply it across because to do it for every project may turn our finance team into something twice the size that it currently is if it's going to go through line by line by line. I'd like to better understand, given the volume of legislation that's coming out of Wellington, the cost on every local authority to apply that legislation, the sheer volume of time that is spent by ratepayers reading central government legislation and then complying with it or adapting to it or evolving to it. We've just spent, 2 days in the last week sitting with our neighbours trying to get a Head Start proposal together, and the staff time involved in that all being paid for by ratepayers, but it's been imposed upon us by Wellington. Same with the Resource Management Act, same with the, what's the one I'm thinking of? The rates capping, the impact of that, the shift and the momentum in that. This is money that's being spent by our council to comply with central government legislation, of which we're getting no support funding for. So we need to keep pushing away. This is an election year. Let's push to get some extra funding out of Wellington. And also there's a lot of assumptions between paragraph 25 and 36 that, great, we've got to make them in order to put together a plan, but those assumptions will have a cost attached to them. And how do we get it right in an environment that's constantly moving?
Councillor Schooler.
Thank you, Mayor Mahe. So thank you for the report and the work that's been done to get to these recommendations. I certainly feel that some of the questions we're asking on the 600 million that it costs to run this organisation, that we really need to make sure that we understand what makes up those costs. I think looking at zero-based budgeting, and we had a meeting on a finance working group meeting this week, and just some of that questioning is starting to is yielding results already in terms of, we're trying to make sure that we are not just doing what we've always done, but actually asking, do we need to do it at all? And that's something that hopefully we will continue to have through our organisation. And when we're looking with Head Start at a new organisation, one of the principles we talked about yesterday was needs to also say, we need to make sure that decision does need to be made, because I think there's some things that we do just because we've always done them. And I've also recently had a request that I made to staff and was told that it was an 11-hour workload from staff, so staff are obviously able to start looking at how much time they're putting into projects, and that starts everyone thinking, is this a good use of my time? And hopefully from Marty throughout his team that we are that culture of, is this a good use of my time, because it costs our people, and that whole change in culture is really important from my perspective. So I'm very happy to see this report and support it.
Any other discussion? I'll just say that I think it's we need to start somewhere, and this is giving a starting point. As we've said, will be dynamic, because as we go through this process, things in the world change, and I mentioned inflation earlier. That's one of those things that is going to change, and I think it's really important with the zero-based budgeting. There's the opportunity to look at our processes and understand and challenge some of the norms that we've done forever, because we've done them forever, and actually say, do we need to be doing them, and is there a better way we could do this if it is something that we need to do. So I hope everyone embraces that, because this is a real opportunity to make our organisation better, more efficient and deliver for the people of Tauranga better. So it is, use it as an opportunity, and don't be scared to lean in and have a real crack and trying to think how can we be better as an organisation and as the different departments in-house. Have a discussion? Councillor Crowther, you want to finish off? Okay, I'll put it to the council and ask all those in favour. Those against? That is carried. Thank you. So now we'll go to 11.3. This is Te Manawa Taki o Te Papa Limited Board, Director Recruitment. If you've got the agenda, it's on page 103. It was split into Caroline.
Hi, kia ora koutou, Your Worship, Deputy Mayor, councillors. I'll take my report as read. I'll answer questions.
Is there any questions around this paper? Councillor Rolleston.
Thank you, Caroline. Thank you for the paper. Specifically around most of our CCOs, we have tangata whenua representation around them. This paper sort of alludes to a lot of that is coming through O Tamataha Trust. This board, I guess, is now getting a bigger mandate around a number of projects that are outside of the realm of O Tamataha Trust. Has there been any thought as to how that gap may be filled, as far as a tangata whenua voice sitting on this board, and understanding that cultural voice for a number of these projects won't be from O Tamataha Trust?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Hemi. I probably might just defer this to my Chief Executive, Marty. He's had more of a conversation with Kim and the rest of the board.
Thank you. I was looking forward to your answer. But look, yes. So this was an ongoing discussion, particularly with your Tamataha Trust, whilst the project's primarily focused around Te Manawataki, the city centre stuff. The transfer of the wider suite of projects is really essentially just happened. And so I think it does now open up the opportunity for a discussion about broader tangata whenua engagement and involvement in the delivery of the suite of major projects across the city, now that this has become a more citywide focus. This particular appointment is for a specific skill set. I'm happy to take up with the chair of the board and have a conversation about wider tangata whenua involvement on the board.
Perhaps that could be an action, Mayor?
Yep.
That we consider.
Yeah,
thank you.
That is an action. I just had a question. I'll see if Councillor Crowther wants to ask it first around the oversight. Yeah, just paragraph 4 of the executive summary. We're talking about the recent significant TCC City Council organisation reset, and the scope of this CCO is expanded to include oversight of a portfolio of major transport-related projects. So just wanted to confirm, does that mean that the current transport oversight group will be disbanded in conjunction with this appointment?
Thank you for your question. Your Worship, my understanding is that, yes, the aim is towards the end of this calendar year for that oversight group to be disestablished.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Crowther.
I'll just follow up a question for Marty, just in terms of because we've had 3 changes since we've come on council in terms of your thinking around this, I think. So can you just outline really clearly what the, I guess, who's responsible for what is ultimately the thing? So we've got currently got the oversight group, but we'll forget that. So you've got the board itself, you've got Jane as the head of major projects, and then you've got yourself as the, sort of like how the reporting lines and the responsibilities sit.
So the board doesn't employ anybody. There is what you might call a project and or professional reporting relationship for the purpose of delivery, oversight, risk assurance. That is the responsibility of the board. Jane is the Director of Major Projects, reports to me as the Chief Executive. The board is appointed by Council and has a relationship with Council on an ongoing basis. But for, if like the daily bread and butter and operation of it and support of it, it's supported by the organisation.
I guess through the chair, just to clarify, I suppose I'm particularly interested from a governance level in terms of, if I can put it a bit crassly, like where the buck stops in terms of the assessment of risk and then the outcome. In other words, if we don't get the outcome we want, and to quote an example, the Cameron Road stage 1, if there was something like that happened, does that sit with council having a responsibility to govern the risk, or is it with the board, or is it actually an operational thing that sits with yourself and Jane?
Look, ultimately, Council's responsible for, if you like, appointing and managing the delivery of its business. In this particular case, it's appointed an expert board of members to provide governance and oversight of the major projects. Ultimately, the failure of a project rests back to the Chief Executive, who reports to Council. And so you could call it shared accountability, but we all play a part in here. I think the role of Council is to ensure that we have the best possible people overseeing and governing what is nearly $1 billion worth of projects. And it's my responsibility to work with the board to ensure that we've got the best possible people delivering those projects and using the best possible systems. So hopefully that answers that.
Councillor Schooler.
It's helpful, but I feel shared accountability is not clear enough for me. So I really would like to know if one of these projects ends up going very badly, who's accountable for that?
Well, ultimately, the Chief Executive is your employee tasked with delivering these and making them successful. Working with you, we've decided, well, governance has decided to introduce a system here or a structure here that provides best possible opportunity for outcome. Ultimately, if the board are not successful, you have the opportunity to disband the board or replace the board with others. And so ultimately, Council, elected members, have the opportunity to change things if they don't believe that the systems and processes and structures are correct at the moment. And if there is failure, ultimately, Council could choose to change things.
And I just, across our members, wonder if we have thought that through well enough, because the Oversight Committee, we actually said we didn't know anything about them. They just happened and it was reported to you, so that they were your accountability. I think it's a conversation we probably I would like to propose, Mayor Mahe, that we have the conversation of that accountability, because it's quite a change for quite a lot of money. It's $1 billion that we're the Te Manawataki board looking after the Te Manawataki project. That's fine, but the accountability for success and failure, I think we just need to make sure we around our table are very happy with taking that accountability potentially off the CEO and taking it on ourselves if the board is reporting to us as a CCO.
Yeah, look, there is no change in reporting here. Ultimately, the Te Manawataki board was originally appointed by Council. and it has a terms of reference. Its terms of reference at the time it was created provided the opportunity for that expert group to pick up other projects. And with the evolution of the transport projects, the Darlow Tucker report proposed that those transport projects be delivered through a joint delivery model with NZTA. We couldn't get NZTA to agree with that, and so in negotiation with NZTA, we established, if you like, the best we could at that stage, which was the oversight group. The oversight group has managed and provided governance of technical governance of those projects and risk assurance as well. With the projects now going into the suite of the CCO and with the appointment of Jane as director, there is a view held by both the CCO and by Jane that the role of the oversight group essentially has been served. So.
Yes, and I understand that, but I'm just saying we've gone from an oversight group reporting directly to the CEO that we didn't really have visibility on to 3 major projects going into a CCO that is now effectively reporting into the elected members. So there's quite a change in that accountability.
So shall we have an action that we have a, what do you want, briefing workshop?
Yes, I'd definitely like an action that we need to clarify the accountability for each of the major projects that have been assigned to Te Manawa
Yeah, we'll have that as an action.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, I think we can just have that as an action, and in one of our regular catch-ups or monthly catch-ups with the Te Manawataki o Te Papa board, we can perhaps workshop it at that point there.
Yeah.
If that works.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Kurak.
Thank you. In terms of the access to this appointee, could, for example, the Joint Transport Committee could this person be available to present to the Joint Transport Committee directly as being, I know that person is just a member of a board, but that person would have a lot of skill and experience to provide some real benefit to informing elected members around matters, and also to be available for those members to question that person. Is that envisaged that that person would be available to, for example, the Transport Committee, Joint Transport Committee?
Yeah, absolutely. There's precedent for members of CCOs with particular expertise being accessed and used by the organisation and available to council. For example, Kim Wallace is involved in the working group, the steering group for the Memorial Park project, and Peter Nevin has been supporting the organisation in the development of the Marine Precinct commercial activity, so that can happen absolutely.
Councillor Crowther.
It's not really a question, but I've just been uncomfortable sort of having the resolution state where the 4 major transport projects are due for completion by 2030. It's a little bit kind of, I think it'd be better to be vaguer, because one of them is definitely not unless we're talking about a retrospective one with the PEI, which would seem a funny resolution in itself. So it'd probably be better just to say, you know, where we have 4 major transport projects being worked on, or something, you know, whatever words people wish to choose.
That's, but that's, no, because, oh,
that's resolution C, sorry, I should have said that. Just a minor, I mean, it could even just be, you know, you'd almost...
Through His Worship, could we look at maybe where the 4 major transport projects are to be worked on over the next few years or something along those lines. Yeah.
Right, have we got any other questions? Got a question, Councillor Schuler, or? Right. I got a mover and seconder for the recommendations of receiving the report, approving staff to initiate the recruitment of a new director for Te Manawataki o Te Papa, and noting that while the 3-year, 8-month term is outside a normal appointment term, the reasoning for that. Yeah, Councillor Schooler, thank you. Councillor Taylor, thank you. Got any discussion? Councillor Rolleston.
Just making sure that action is captured in as well.
Yeah.
Yep. Otherwise.
Okay. Yeah, Councillor Roseboom.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'd just like to take this chance while we're talking about the board. As a city, we remember with horror Cameron Road Stage 1 and the impact it's had on us. The organisation made a few pivots, put a couple of specialist boards in place, and since that's happened, we've been able to use words like on time, under budget, within budget. So I think we're moving in the right direction. Just got to keep moving and chipping away at it, but we are getting better at staying within a budget that we set. And we just got to sink the lid on the budget, but at the moment we're staying within a budget. So compliments to the board and the working group, Transport Working Group.
Thank you. Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I support this. I think it's good to give, Marty, your approach is pretty clear now to me, and I think we've got to give it time, but it would be good to review it. And I think the key thing is going to be the lines of reporting, and to Councillor Kurak's point, I think if we can have the Transport Committee with clearly defined role, with the Council and its committees another slightly differently clearly defined role, and then of course at a staff level there are clear lines of reporting. I think that'll be the key to the success, but I'm hopeful, and I think it's critical we have someone with the right skill set in there to do this, because it's probably our biggest issue that we'll be facing in the next few years is running massive projects that'll impact most people in the city, I would think.
Yeah, I see this as a very critical role as well, and to the Deputy Mayor's point, we're effectively delegating some of our governance to a board. Obviously, we're still ultimately responsible as the governors of the city, but we're going to require these people to effectively report to us and have trust in them. Therefore, just on the appointment, I'm very happy to volunteer myself if we can find time in the diary as part of that appointment. I think it is very key that we get this right and obviously get the right person for the job. But obviously there's some others there that might be also keen for this. But I think it is a very critical role, so we need to make sure we get it right.
Do you want to make an amendment to the resolution to that effect, Mayor?
Probably happy that we have an action that, dependent on diaries, that I'd like to be involved, and then not sure what time frame they're looking at here, but
Yeah, I'm just happy to support the Mayor's ambitions being on this, and yes,
we'll still need another person, but yeah, Councillor Kurak.
And I certainly would encourage you to take part in that panel, because, as you say, it's a very critical role.
All right, any other discussion on that? All right, I don't think we need to appoint anyone else, but there is, as long as council's happy with one of the other three, and Councillor Kurak, maybe you could volunteer yourself. Voluntold yourself, you. being, yeah, you are, yeah, but yeah, it connects nicely with your transport roles. So, all right, any other discussion? Okay, if there's no other discussion, happy to put this to the council. All those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Thank you. So we'll move on now to review of grants for development contributions on Papakāinga housing. Again, I acknowledge we've been down this road a couple of times, so hopefully this is not something that's foreign to us all. And just to explain it, we're looking at taking a fund that currently looks at only development contributions and bringing part of that forward so that it is able to enable some of this housing, which is some of our one of our top priorities as a council, and then that would potentially reduce the percentage of how much of the development contributions would be aware. So that's a bit of an introduction. Christine, have you got?
That pretty much covers it. I think probably the other key points I would make is this is not requesting or seeking any additional funding. It's redistributing the funding that's been previously approved so that it can be used, because the land trusts are struggling to get to the point where they actually do have a house that needs a DC. So we're trying to get them, assist them earlier in the pipeline. So it's been engaged with the Rangipu Land Trust. They are supportive of it. And there's a bit of a transitional provision here so that we just don't cut people off who may have already been in progress. And so we think that that time frame that we provided for a transition is fairly reasonable, and we'd continue to monitor it and come back. You gave us quite a lot of direction last time around what you're looking to see in the application of funding, and that's been picked up and as we've gone through that process. This is really just trying to align the policy to be able to give effect to the previous decisions you've made. Happy to take questions, but otherwise we'll take it as read.
All right. Any questions for staff on this? Councillor Kura.
My question is around eligibility and Maori land. I've sort of read through there. My understanding was that it was mainly around multi-owned Maori land, which we, all understand there are really difficult hurdles to jump. So, is it exactly that, or is it broader in terms of eligibility? To, for example, could a piece of Maori land form a trust and then be able to apply to this fund, or are you comfortable that it's really applied to those that actually do need assistance well over a normal piece of land that could otherwise be developed?
So it is quite specific in the policy around the type of land it is, and I understand there's some legislation around what Māori land, how it's classified. So it's quite a very distinct piece of land that is covered under this policy.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Roseboom, then the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Mine's just one on the change on the actual policy itself. What's the reason for changing from 3 yearly to yearly? Seems like you're going to repeat it, you're barely going to finish and start again.
So primarily that was around the direction that we were given from the last council meeting to have an annual review, and because there's now a connection with the new Papakāinga Housing Fund and connection to the DC Grant Fund, to make sure that within the year that we're just checking that everything's on track. And then there was also some other legislation coming through that might be changing the landscape as well. So coming into an annual review will make sure that we address all of those potential changes.
That's solely your discretion. It was the guidance that you gave us, and even if you don't put it in the policy as a review, if circumstances change, we can always do a review. So it's totally your call.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just had asked a question about KPIs, and Christine, you have answered it in terms of it'll be monitored. But how will do we have this is what we would like this to achieve within a year and 2 years as a starting point, and how often and how will we see that monitoring result, please?
I think there's two things to monitor. One is that this report is particularly about the development contributions funding, and that's not a lot that we can do. It's when they're ready to come and put their application in and they've got enough funding to be able to do that. So, and it is through the monitoring of that we identified that the fund wasn't being well utilised, and we came back and said we think we could repurpose the fund or part of the fund for another. So that's something we will continue to do. The other one is around the Papakāinga fund itself, which is the earlier part of the pipeline that you've considered previously, and that will be will have requirements about what they need to do, and so in their application they will talk about how many houses that they were looking to get support for and their milestones, and so we'll be asking them to track and report back on that and whether that funding is actually helping that move that pipeline through.
So thank you. So supplementary, that is operational, that reporting to you. When do we, is there a regular process whereby council will see those numbers?
So
and if not, could we add one, please?
Yep. So it's not operational yet because we haven't, the applications have come in for the very first round. They're being assessed. We haven't approved them yet, have we? It's still assessing those, and then once that's happened and the funding is approved, then we'll enter into an agreement with them which will specify their their reporting requirements. Once those start to come in, yes, we can report them and flow those through. So we can provide an update. And we could probably provide, I'm just looking at Kieran, when we do the regular reporting to the TCC Tangata Whenua Committee, we could cover it there and let members get copies. Even if you're not on the committee, you'll still get those agendas and can see that coming through.
Yeah, I think it's important that, because I think we did want to make this work, so it would be great to get a report that is showing that it works. And even if it's come to the Tangata Whenua Committee, then a separate paper to us would be great too, please. The same paper, but to us. Thank you.
Right, any other questions? Councillor Baker.
Tēnā kōrua. I sent through an email last week probably asking a bit of a bigger question beyond the scope of this report, but do we have anything coming up in the pipeline as to how the new legislation around Papakāinga really turbocharges this opportunity, and then what leverages we can pull to maximise that new legislation?
Yeah, I think I did send a response, but Karen's here to, or Mancy, I don't know who's the best to reply. So these are the team from the city planning team that deal with what you're talking about is the National Environmental Standard in relation to Papakāinga housing, which has only really recently come out. So I'll ask Karen just to perhaps give a summary of what that is and what we currently understand and what further work we're doing to understand what the implications of that are for Papakāinga housing in Tauranga.
Yes, hi. I just thought probably for the context for the rest of the group, I'm not quite sure whether everyone's sort of in the know as to what a national environmental standard is. So please forgive if I explain that. So essentially it is a regulation made by central government and it creates national consistency by specifying rules, technical standards or methods. So the NESs may permit an activity without resource consent, require an activity to have a resource consent, prohibit an activity, specify environmental standards or methods, and override or restrict regional district plan rules. So this particular National Environmental Standard, or NES, was gazetted 2nd of June and came into force the 2nd of July this year. So the standards override the Tauranga City Plan unless the city plan provisions are more enabling, and the plans have to be updated to remove duplication or conflict as soon as practicable, and so they don't go through a Schedule 1 process, so it's in context a reasonably straightforward process. This particular NES applies to the Maori Purpose Zone, residential zone and rural zone, also considers development outside those zones, and it applies to Maori ancestral land, which can include general land owned by Maori as well. On the face of it, it allows for 10 residential units on a permitted basis, and then in addition to limited on ancillary non-residential activity. and it provides for developments of 11 to 30 units on a restricted discretionary or resource consent required basis. So the matters that, there's a number of matters that can be considered through resource consent, scale of development, etc., and the applicability and capability of infrastructure. And the NES also has a number of permitted activity standards. Was there a question? Sorry. Oh, no, okay. Sorry. Okay, all right, cool. So we already have in our city plan quite a comprehensive Papakāinga provisions. The reality is that this NES is probably going to be more enabling for those city plans or district plans that don't have any provisions. The NES also contains a number of defined terms which refer across to the national planning standards, which we have yet to implement into our city plan. So where I'm at the moment is looking through the city plan to see where, or try and ascertain whether our provisions are more permissive or more restrictive. And obviously the restrictive ones will have to be struck out or removed, and the NES will apply. In order to do that, because of the intricacy of having the national planning standards sitting there as well, when it comes to the definitions, we've got to go through and find the nearest equivalents to our city plan definitions, which means that I've had to go through and get some legal advice as to which provisions are applicable or not. So we've been working with Western Bay to see if there's any sort of commonality with provisions, and particularly in relation to trying to obtain legal advice together. And I've also been speaking with, obviously, with our consenting team about the implementation. And there's also ongoing work with MFE to see if there's any guidance coming out. So we're kind of at the, I guess, the research and investigation stage. Whether it's going to be transformative for our particular area, I would have to say that on the whole, the NES will be sort of perhaps a little bit more permissive, but we already have sort of quite permissive provisions within our city plan. Happy to take any questions.
Councillor Morris.
Thanks, Mayor. Less a planning question and more a grant funding allocation question. What's the process to ensure that the development contribution relief is going to the area of most impact or most need? And how would you prevent someone like me marrying into Tauranga Moana and then getting on the multiply owned register list as a partner and then building a house and sort of seeking DC relief that way? How do we get it to the area of most need and direct that?
So when we originally developed the policy, we had this conversation with Rangipo and Tangata Whenua. Their preference was first in, first served, and so that's the basis on which the policy is. In any particular year, the first application, which is different from community grants, which waits till the end of the year and then they proportionately share it amongst themselves. So it is coming back to the definition of what meets the Māori land definitions under the policy. We haven't seen any areas of concern to date in terms of who's applying and who's receiving that. I think if we started to see a pattern, you would hear it from us, but you'd also hear it from Tangata Whenua. We'd come and say something not quite right in the way we've defined the policy. People are perhaps getting through, which wasn't the intent, but at the moment what we're seeing is where funds are being paid, it aligns with the intent of the council of the day, and I would interpret as similar as your intent is likely to be. Yep.
Councillor Rolleston.
Relax, Steve, you won't get past the gate. I think I've got a couple of questions. One's relating to this new standard. So help me, or is it still work in progress, like an area like Ngāti Hangaro that have got, I think, approval for 50 houses. This new standard allows you to put 10 houses per parcel of Māori land. Is that true? And then obviously there'll be a lot of implications as to practically how that might roll out. But is that a fair statement?
Yeah, it's 10 residential units per site, and the NES actually defines site as well. That's another comparison we have to do against our definition of site, so it's quite sort of involved, but on the face of it, yes, 10 per site. Some of the matters of regard that this particular NES withholds from is relating into servicing and infrastructure as well. So and natural hazards, provisions like earthworks. So there is the crossover and the controls within the city plan. But once again, we're still working through the implications of that. But on the face of it, 10 per site is a permitted activity.
So we'll just probably further to that, Mayor, I think it's probably fair to say we're still understanding the impacts of this. It'll be good to ensure that we as a council are over how this actually plays out, because I think, just recalling the last meeting where we approved this 440,000 to come in to the front end of supporting Papakainga, I think we understood that there was a pipeline ready to go, but they couldn't get to the end. And so this is, for what I'm hearing, is good news because the pipeline is there. I think it'll be good to understand where it is. And I think as we go forward, like the Deputy Mayor said around KPIs, but I'll be interested in actually the locations of these potential. I know they're potential, because I think I have gone on record to say it's all good for areas that are serviced, but areas like Hangaro and Matapi have got service challenges. So it's all good to say you can have 10 lots, but you're saying, are you going to have 10 septic tanks out at a place like that? So I think, so I guess my question related to that probably for you, is that a fair comment, Christine, to say that we've advertised this opportunity, that opportunity has had good demand, so that's why we're moving more money, and we sort of predicted this, but that's a good prediction. But the areas like those that don't have services will still be challenged, and that's probably another part of the process.
So you'll recall what we're trying to do. We have the Papakainga Toolkit, which is a stepped process to get from beginning to a house on the ground. Some could get to step 4, but couldn't convert to step 5, which is where you'd be ready to apply for a consent. And we estimated the number of applications we would receive based on our general knowledge of people who are at, or land trusts that are at step 4. All the ones that we thought would apply applied, and I think we got one more than we had anticipated, so we were pretty much on the money. You're right that there are other land trusts that are at earlier steps, and one of their challenges to move through that pipeline is feasible and practical access to infrastructure to service their dwellings. They aren't at step 4 because they can't get there because of those challenges, and that is still another conversation about what could that look like.
Yep, thank you. I just have one further related question. So being optimistic that this pipeline is picked up and we're moving more money to the front end and less so these people that are at the front end will at a certain point in time, hopefully in the very near future, get to the end and they'll need money and there's less there. But as I say, I've been optimistic that not only we've got these ones that are currently in there, more will come in. The money might run out. How do we, what would be well, in my mind, that's a good problem to have. What would be the next steps if we run out of money?
So the funding into the development contributions for Papakainga housing and community housing all came out of the proceeds from the elder housing sale. That was approved for the LTP 3-year period, so that expires. So there's an amount that goes in each year. The last year that has been approved by way of a council resolution is for this 26-27 year. In the list of issues that you signed off for the LTP, one of those issues was to come back to you around the remaining funds in the elder housing proceeds sale and getting direction about whether you wanted to allocate any of that either to continue with this DC for Māori housing or for community housing or for some other purpose. So it will come through as an issues and options paper, and you can look at that and either choose to fund it from the remains of the fund, the proceeds from the elder sale, or from some other funding source. So it's already in the train to come through.
Any other discussion or questions? There's no other questions. Thank you, staff. And we'll go to the recommendations. Again, we're approving the transfer of maximum of 1 million from the Papakāinga grant for development contributions to the Papakāinga Housing Fund, and then reducing the DC's contribution to 75%, with that going in over time to allow those developments that are already in train to access the current rules, and delegating to the General Manager strategy to make any necessary minor drafting or operational changes. So that's a summary of what we're approving. I've got a mover and seconder for that. Councillor Rolleston, Councillor Baker, thank you. Any discussion, Councillor Rolleston?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, just thank you to the staff that have done this mahi. I think this is signalling there is a strong demand for Papakāinga housing on Māori land. I think I've gone on record, even in the paper, that the number of houses that have been built over the last few decades on Māori land is very low. And so the fact that we've tried something different to encourage that to happen is a good sign. Reiterating, this is not new money. This was a decision made that predated us in terms of putting together this fund. We've just seen that there is a better use of this fund, because I think the ultimate goal of the fund was to incentivise Papakāinga housing, and so this is good to see that this is actually progressing. I do still note that there are other areas that I've alluded to outside, I would assume, of some of these applicants because of bigger challenges, but also there's opportunities to, one step at a time. I think I'm probably saying that if we can get these moving, then we'll look at the other areas that we can move. So I'm heartened to see that a number of our Māori landowners have come to the table. I know it's not easy and there's still a lot to go through, but there's definitely the demand there to get housing on Māori land.
Right. Any other discussion? Sorry, Councillor Baker, do you want to talk, or you? No. Councillor Schuler.
Yeah, just briefly. Along with Councillor Rolleston, thanks for that paper. I think it's a shift, but it's a good balance. I mean, there may be issues at the back end of only having 75%, but if a development doesn't even progress, well, then they get zero. So if we do what we've always done, we'll probably get what we've always got. And we do know we certainly aren't the best city in the country so far at delivering on Papakāinga housing. So I think 22 homes, just under 470,000, 21,300 per home. We can put this money to this, and there's 61 homes there. We get them across the line. It's good bang for our buck too. So it's good to see this initiative. Good to see us thinking a bit differently, and hopefully we can get some ultimately get better outcomes. So yeah, happy to support.
Any further? Yep, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Mahe. So thank you for the report, and I think from the workshop and from this discussion, there's real desire around the table to make a challenging situation work better, and so I think and we're learning as well as we go, and I think it's really important that we keep getting the information. I would like to foreshadow just an amendment on C3, where we require an annual staff-led review, and then just comma, which is reported to council. So just annually have the review coming to council, and that way we put the action into the resolution, if that would be acceptable by the mover and seconder. Yeah. Thank you.
Happy, yep, cool. Any other discussion on this? If there's no other discussion, then happy to put it to the council. Ask all those in favour. Those against? That is carried. Thank you. We'll do one more before lunch. So we'll go on to 11.5, remits to local government. Hello. Do you want to talk to this, or you just turn on your mic, please?
Hello. Thank you. So I'm presenting on the remits to local government. I will take the report as read and just briefly speak about the purpose of the report and the decisions being sought today. So the report asks the council to consider 9 remits that will be voted on at LGNZ AGM on the 31st of July and confirm TCC's voting position. The AGM will be held online with the Mayor Drysdale, Deputy Mayor Schooler and Councillor Taylor attending on behalf of Council. So staff commentary has been included to assist with your decision making, and staff are recommending support of all 9 remits. Additionally, the Council's been asked to provide direction on the relative priority of the successful remits. So the decision today is to confirm the Council's position on the remits and provide direction on their relative priority, so the appointed delegates can vote accordingly at the AGM. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, who's Councillor Rolliston?
You're not getting away that easy. Thank you for your report. Te Ao Māori approach. Paragraph 19. If supported, remit 4 may have future implications for Māori representation arrangements. Similarly, if remit 5 is supported, likely future implications for council engagement and partnership with mana whenua in relation to geographic place naming. Can you elaborate on that, what the future implications might be for each of those, particularly for Māori, if we did support these?
So basically, remit 4 is around the review of the representation review. So we're undertaking the representation review in 2028. We've already started that process. So we need to hold a binding poll around the Te Awanui Māori Board before the 28th, 2027. Basically, it's poor value for money while governance arrangement remain uncertain. So the recommendation would be so it will have implications for that Te Awanui Ward process.
Yeah, so
if it's successful.
Can we be specific? So what would that, if we support this remit, what would it mean? Would it mean specifically in terms of our Māori Board?
So the remit is actually asking for relief from representation review requirements. So if we support it, it will mean that we don't have to go partly through a process and then it be stopped because of the changes. Does that make sense? Yeah. Does that answer your question?
I think so, but I guess I'm just explicitly for Tauranga. What does that mean for our referendum that is currently sitting in our, because this is Waikato putting this in because they've got their own peculiar challenges. We've got our own. So I guess I really need to understand what that might mean for. I think we've been very clear and we've written letters around value for money and not doing a referendum that might not mean it. But I guess I'm just wanting to be clear what this would specifically mean for Tauranga.
So through the chair, if I can help, I think the referendum situation would stay the same, so we'd be in the same situation as per that last lot of correspondence with the minister. It's simply that we would be, rather than doing a two representation review, so one next year and then one when the new entity starts, we'd be delaying it through to that point. So I guess that same position that the minister spoke or wrote about in that last letter would apply, and those same decision points for you going into your Head Start would apply, that you would need to look at what does Māori representation look like in your application, and then what do you do with that as a result of that current statutory need to be able to do your Māori poll.
So, sorry, To you again, Mayor, so that statement may have future implications. It's sort of pretty open statement then if we're saying that because we don't know.
Yeah, so it won't change, either way, whether or not this remit passed, it won't change the situation that we're in terms of the need to have the poll or to design something else that overrides that.
Councillor Roseburn.
Sorry, Mayor, there was a second one around Remit 5.
So basically Remit 5 would talk about the partnership with Mana Whenua. It would, because the place naming would move to local authority, would mean that we'd need to have really, really strong relationships with Mana Whenua, etc., around place naming, and ensure consistency across the whole community. So it would just have implications, and it would change the way that it currently is. Does that explain that? Yeah.
Councillor Roseburn.
My question was same as Councillor Ross around the clarification of the referendum. Because everyone else has done this, they've completed it already, it wouldn't have been part of their thinking when they wrote this. So we're in a unique situation that everything else would apply about the representation review, but we still have to complete the referendum before March 28, as indicated. We can't put that off because otherwise we won't have time to get the rest of the review done. So to understand that correctly?
Correct, absolutely. So this doesn't change that
requirement
current position.
to have the referendum by March 27.
Correct. Whether or not this goes through or not doesn't change that position.
Right, any other questions? Councillor Currat.
Just a submission on place naming and looking at page 170 at the bottom there, supported with conditions, and one of the conditions was alignment with national standards. Like what sort of national standards are we thinking?
Well, I think that the staff that submitted that information just said to ensure that this was done, they would support it in principle, assuming there were some national standards that gave you some guidance around what good looked like across New Zealand. So that was a condition of support with a condition of having a nationally accepted sort of framework that we worked within.
Right, any other, Councillor Roseburn.
Number 9, what do you mean by uneconomic? As a former rural resident who lived up a road of some 10 k's long and I'm the only one on it with a bridge, I'm quite concerned about an uneconomic road.
So this was put...
I can see the area that put it forward.
Yeah, 100%.
And I can understand why they've done it.
Yeah.
But why would a council not look at turning that into a paper road and offering it back to the relevant farmer to offload it off their books if they can't send the grader up and down the road, having been in this situation, or my farm owner was in this situation in the past. So I understand why council wants to offload an asset to remove it as a cost, but the person who bought the road, what does that do to their property? Make it uneconomic as well? I'm just a bit concerned about the framing of how they've worded that one.
So to put it in context, the feedback from staff was this doesn't really relate directly very often to us, but for some councils, it is an issue for the councils that have submitted it. So, yeah.
The wide economic state of Southland, this has massive implications.
Yeah.
Right, any other question? Okay, if there's no questions, then happy to, what I'll do is there anyone that doesn't support any of these? 5. Okay, so we'll take out 5. But we'll take 5 out separately, but we'll do all the rest together. So 1 to 9 excluding 5. All those in favour? Those against? Okay, that's carried. Now we'll do 5, which is the devolution of place naming authority. This is one that staff recommended to support with conditions, and I always find that hard to. How do you support something with conditions? So yeah, that's so. All those in favour of 5. Councillor Baker. All those against. Okay, that one failed. Now, C, do we want to have a go at, do we want to have a go? Or do we want to, it's prioritising them? Yeah. Okay, so do we want to have a go, or do we? I could say, or do we feel? Are we feeling that dog priorities, that's high? Vape, is that high, medium, low? Financial support for government reform. Removal of representation review. Medium. We don't have that one, so that's fine. Enhanced role for government supporting subnational. Low. Okay. Bulk funding of. Okay, that's fine. That'll help. Audit, LTP audit requirements. Medium. And fair approach to uneconomic transport. Okay, that's so. I'm going to make an executive decision. So we've got one is A.
Yep. Okay.
Yep. And 3 is B.
Yep.
2 is C.
Yep.
7 is D. 8 is E. 4 is F. And 9 is G. And 6 is H. All right. Now,
Now,
now those that are happy with C, all those in favour of that? Sorry.
we actually don't have a mover and a seconder, sorry. We've just got.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
We got a mover and seconder
We
for.
just have a mover and a seconder, please.
Yeah, Councillor Schooler, thank you. And Councillor Schuler, thank you. And so now we're just going on C. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. Good direction. Now we're going to have lunch. It is 12:50. We'll come back at 1:30.
Yeah, C, number 5 has failed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Real good? That was a bit funny. So, hold on, we haven't got a mover in a second.
Just two quick questions.
Right,
Yeah.
wait.
Just
hold
say
on a
in your
minute.
reply to my text. One was,
All good, we got there.
it appears that James has extended the invite to
6 council-controlled organisations, final statements of intent 26-27 to 28-29. Caro, back again.
Hi. Hi again, everybody. Thank you, Your Worship. I'll take my report as read and I'll take questions.
Right, has anyone got any questions on these? So these are all our CCOs and the statements of intent incorporating the feedback that they've had. Has anyone got any questions on any of these? Councillor Morris.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just in terms of the branding, I see the acknowledgement of that in the statement of intent from Bay Venues, which is good to see. Thanks, Chad. What do you reckon about that? So, I'm looking at, for the committee's reference, there you go, Chad. I'm looking at what Auckland Council do with their CCOs, and here you have Panuku, which I think, is that disappearing shortly? I'm not sure. Is it gone? But you can see how that's branded. It's got the Auckland, it's Panuku Development Auckland with the Auckland Council logo and Auckland Council organisation. It doesn't say controlled organisation, so it's not kind of, I forget the term, but can we do some further work there, Chad? Yeah, I know, I appreciate it's the board's statement of intent, but can we do some further work there? I know with Haumaru and the Mount, by the way, brilliant paint job down at the Mount Sport and Rec Centre.
Yeah.
People have said to me, is that new?
Yeah.
So it's such a good job. And I see the sort of the TCC logo off to the side, but I'm just thinking, can we do better there in terms of Bay Venues and our facilities and just really coming in close together?
I think there's a couple of things there. One is if you look at Panuku as your example there compared with Bay Venues, the Bay Venues brand, we actually don't really push the Bay Venues brand anywhere. We're seen to be kind of the management company that sits behind the scenes. And so the branding that we've got is that we work really around the facilities. So it's Baywave or the Queen Elizabeth Youth Centre, it's those facilities, Bay Park. That's where, that's what people understand. So that's the hero. And what you would have seen and the Mount Sports Centre is a really good example. Haumaru is the same. We were really trying to lift the Tauranga City Council perception that sits alongside the venues. So, of course, the challenge is that costs money to do that. Every time we add signage, there's normally hundreds, if not thousands of dollars for each facility. So we're trying to do that on a staggered basis as renewals funding becomes available or things make sense to do at that point in time. So that's definitely the focus, and we've certainly taken that view that we need to acknowledge council as a significant funder. Council provides around a third of the funding to run all of the facilities through its operating subsidy to us.
Okay. Yeah, I won't dig any further, but yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other? Sorry, Councillor Taylor.
Thanks. I've got a couple of questions. One's for you, Chad, so don't go too far away, and a comment. So my question for you, in your report, we talk about operating deficit due to the hot pools essentially being shut. I thought we were insured for loss of income there. Is that...
Yes, we do have some level of business interruption insurance that is in place. Effectively, that will run out basically at the end of this calendar year. So our budget for the next financial year allows for half of the lost revenue coming from the insurance proceeds, which we're still working through that, so we need to understand what that all looks like. And then we are assuming that we would get the Mount Hot Pools up and running for the second half of the financial year, the first half of next calendar year. So
that 200 odd grand figure there is excluding insurance recovery?
I'm not sure the exact numbers you've got, but yeah, that will be that number, I imagine, yeah.
Okay. Sorry, my next question's for Sonia. See.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah, go to Chad.
Yeah, sorry, I'm in the weeds today. I just went for a walk. It's obviously affected my brain. On the Mount Hot Pools there, we discussed around this table the visual aspect following the tragedy with the containers and how unpleasant that looks. Pending the full clean-up of the hot pools and the work, huge works that need to go on there, can we clean up that car park and get rid of the mud from the 22nd of January? Can we do that in an
We would love to, and that has been on the program to do. Part of it is around getting clearance to get in and work on the site, and I think there was an extra slip in there in the last couple of weeks, which has slowed us down again. I think I just heard this morning that we have got contractor availability to get in and start doing some clean-up work around the site from the 10th of August, all things going to plan. And assuming there's no more safety concerns around the rest of the site. So it's definitely on our list to do. It's just about being smart, and we're not sending in contracts at different times and making sure we can do that safely. But yeah, we'd love to tidy it up.
Any other questions? Sonia. Councillor Taylor.
Hey, Sonia, thank you. Pretty much everything we talked about, I think, was in your document, which is cool. One thing we did bring up, and we were just trying to get a little bit more fastidious, I suppose, around the numbers of people coming in and where they're coming from. I think we talked about, at the moment it's a bit of a survey type thing, as opposed to something that's a bit more definite. It didn't appear to be in the response.
The red light. Yes, I put it in the cover letter initially, the detail, and I've now transferred that into a new version of the SOI as of yesterday, which Caro has and can update, and it goes into quite a bit of detail in regards to the different touch points that we have, more than just surveys and that. Would you like me to discuss that, or are you happy to?
No, I think it's just that we didn't want to lose that point, because I think it's quite important to get the nitty-gritty data there.
Yeah, and that data very much informs, where we may place our marketing spend if we're wanting to up numbers in a particular area and so on. Yeah. Thank you.
Sorry, and I did have one comment. I think we said the same thing about the Main Street reports, these interim reports. They probably don't have to be as flash as they look here. It's my opinion that we could probably do something that's a little bit less bulky and less showy and just get to the facts. I don't know what everyone else thinks, but it's probably my take on it.
Yeah, my feel is I agree, and I think it's just they're really important reports, but I think you probably take a lot of time putting all of that detail together. I would be very happy to have a more succinct, very plain report.
Sorry, that was for everybody, not just Sonia.
Right, any other questions?
That's almost an action, though, for Caroline, that we can just, if people are in agreement, that we can just say that from a admin perspective, we're wanting to take some of that out, and from a making sure it's well read, that we can be a bit more efficient with words, and as a general protocol, I guess, across all of those CCOs.
Councillor Crowther.
Question for you, Marty. I guess we talked a lot about value for money and efficiency and trying to, I guess, have shared services wherever possible. And looking at Botplas, I just keep thinking it appears to me, from what we can see, that it's just sort of ticks along, business as usual, and does what it does and doesn't do what it maybe needs to do. I just wonder if you can comment in terms of what the approach has been as you sort of get into meetings. Are you talking consciously about the need to shift that, and also whether you're just waiting for the simplifying local government amalgamations to maybe drive that harder?
Yeah, so Botplas has been most successful where there's been a need of one of the councils to respond to an issue. And if you think about BCAs, building control authorities, consenting authorities, the smaller districts often struggle. And so that often encourages a shared service approach. where we start to get into service delivery of waste and potentially even transport and water services, typically it doesn't go anywhere because there might not necessarily be political mandate at that point. I think what you're finding now is because of simplifying local government, that mandate is almost being created, and so BOPLAS is working now, and the Cs are working both inside and outside BOPLAS to do that functional analysis of what regionally can we now start moving towards, and hopefully I think that dovetails into the simplifying local government stuff.
Yeah, just through the chair, if I can just suggest that probably I wasn't even thinking of the big, the transport type things, but certainly finances and, as you said, consenting, the things that you could suggest, digital, that some of us councils have a bit of a challenge with financially, and whether we could have that conversation as soon as possible to see how it can all piece together.
Yeah, and again, I think those large chunky things, it's been like the back office stuff has been held tightly by the various councils up until now, but I think the simplifying local government, the Head Start, provides that opportunity. And I think that's one thing that we probably, through that Head Start processes, need to stipulate, is that we would expect to see those support services being consolidated at regional level.
Through His Worship, if I could just get some clarification, just in terms of that action for me. So you're talking about all of the CCO's reports, like their half-year, annual, their statement of intent, to just be short and sweet, succinct, but still meet the legislative requirements. Yeah. So no pictures, that kind of stuff, just words.
If the reports serve more than one purpose, and perhaps the dashboards, where there are those dashboards, are perhaps serving more than one purpose on the website. So if we are repurposing those, that's fine. But to me, yep, short and sweet, and the words and the numbers, that would meet my needs.
Thank you.
Just on that, my personal view is I'd leave that to professional decision-making of the CCOs. But I mean, again, I suppose I'm a little bit concerned around this table sometimes with these directions, because they're not, and again, we don't want to have a vote around this, but maybe these are things that we can discuss or talk about offline.
I guess the question though is, how widely do these go, and who's actually reading them? Sonia's.
Just talking for Tauranga Art Gallery, not my fellow CCOs, probably the 6-month report could be a very short overview on how we're tracking on our KPIs. However, our annual report that we're in the middle of right now does go further to other stakeholder groups, and there is value in having the more fully fleshed out final document. In regards to the statement of intent, it's actually our business plan, so we can pare it back, but we still do prepare a full business plan for the gallery. So just to give that feedback from our perspective.
Cool.
And so that, yeah, if it's the same business plan that we're getting, and therefore you're not trying to do two, then absolutely. It's just, we just want to take some admin out of your role if we can.
Any further questions? If there's no further questions, thank you very much for staff and those from our CCOs that were here to answer questions. And I go now ask if we've got a mover or seconder. This is around receiving all the statement of intent from our CCOs. I'm going to move it. Councillor Taylor, Councillor Morris, thank you. Any discussion, Councillor Taylor?
No, just covering what we were just talking about there. It really is just if there's extra work going in there that isn't needed, if it's not going beyond this group, I don't see why it'd have to be glossy. But if it's got an alternate use, keep on doing what you're doing.
Yeah. Councillor Morris.
Yeah, just hey, thanks to the CCO teams. You deliver amazing stuff for our communities on our behalf and with us and together, and it's really much appreciated. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Yeah, councillor Scholar.
I just actually mirroring a little bit Councillor Morris. I think when we started a couple of years ago, there was some concern, I guess, our relationship with our CCOs, and I think it's just I just want to acknowledge that I think they've worked hard to actually meet our needs, and I think in terms of the reporting and the relationship and the ongoing meetings when we're involved in the selection of directors, I think it's been a really positive move, and I think, as Councillor Morris said, this needs to be something that we continue working really well together on, you know, we talk about aligned strategic directions, but it's really important that that keeps happening, and I think it's from our side and their side, I just encourage that to keep happening, because they are delivering a lot of the services that that the people of Tauranga are paying for and funding, and it's important we do that in alignment.
Right, any other discussion? If there's no other discussion, happy to put the recommendations to council and ask all those in favour. Those against? That is carried. Thank you. Now we go to 11.7, tangata whenua pay for the Waters Organisation. This one again we have already seen before. Is there any questions before we move? Otherwise, yeah, sorry, Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, Christine, can you clarify for me I've heard a couple of different interpretations of whether Western Bay Plenty District Council will have another crack at this one as well, or whether it will finish here.
My understanding, based on the informal conversations, is that they would, by majority, support this resolution, but that would still need to play out, but that's the informal direction that we've got. But obviously, it's still a council resolution at the end of the day.
Okay, so it would go to their council meeting?
Yes,
okay.
so you passed yours are subject to their decision. They didn't decide it, and we ended up with difference of view. Western Bay asked that TCC go first in this next round again, and we have had some informal indication that at this level they would be more comfortable. So it does need to go back to them, and they need to make a subsequent decision.
Are staff aware that the elected members at Western Bay Council put forward an option that they approved by a significant majority that was a compromise between what a number of them wanted, a majority potentially wanted, and what Tauranga City Council put forward, in the sense that they were reaching out to kind of meet us halfway? Are staff aware that Western Bay Council already did that in their meeting when they put forward an amount that was in a resolution?
What we were advised was that was the resolution that was passed by majority. I didn't get into the background conversation as to what their elected members discussed.
I guess, well, flipping it the other way around, is there a reason for us then, after that already sort of split the difference, so to speak, for us now to split the difference again? Was that a staff decision, or was that a governance decision from our council?
Well, I think this was discussed after that meeting, that we try to find some middle ground. So that's where we got to. Councillor Roseboom.
Yeah, this whole thing obviously has been going on for quite a few weeks now. Again, touchy subject. We agreed on a figure. When we had a collective agreement, I was under the impression that it had been communicated quite widely with Western Bay. The elected members over there said it wasn't. I have to take that as what it is. We had our meeting, we agreed, sent our resolution over there subject to their approval. I thought they'd already semi-formally agreed to that figure. I later found out that they were apparently unaware of the said figure. a very robust meeting took place with lots of exchanges, and they've basically rejected it. We then had a lengthy discussion, Mayor Denny and myself, around what was an appropriate compromise approach. We tested the centre ground. James then tested it with his elected members. They've since arrived here. And based on this wording, if we agree with it, they can't change it, because it's not subject to us agreeing or not agreeing. It's just, if we agree to that, that is it. Am I correct in that?
That's the way we've worded it, but I think if they, we'd have to have a conversation. We'd be looking for them to support, but I haven't made it subject to.
And a supplementary on that, my personal view is this is getting messy and looks a little bit unprofessional, and these are people's wages and time we're discussing here, and they're putting a lot of time and effort into the Waters Joint Committee, and their time and their views are valued. I'm not happy with how this has played out, but if Western Bay doesn't agree with this, we are the governing authority, and we can just settle on this figure and go with it.
Councillor Crowther.
I'll have to re-ask my question then, Christine, because I interpreted your answer as being that what Councillor Rosenboom just said was not the case. But will it be, if we pass this resolution, will it be by default going to a council meeting? Will they have to do a notice of motion to get it at a council meeting?
My discussions with Dale Henderson, who's the GM in Western Bay that's dealing with all the water matters, is that they are getting a parallel report to this, which will go to the next meeting, which I think is 30th of July, I think, something like that. So that equivalent report will be on their agenda, as I've been informed.
All right, Councillor Baker was happy to move. Got a seconder, Councillor Morris, thank you. Any discussion?
Just quickly, support what Martin has said. I'm glad we're kind of taking leadership on this thing, and these representatives are certainly compromising even to this end, but if it's what gets things going, then I am behind that. Let's just hope Western Bay picks their lip up.
All right, thank you. Councillor Morris, you want to...
Yeah, roll on a Western Bay Unitary Authority.
Councillor Crowther.
I will repeat a little bit about what I said last time, which is I don't think this is evidence-based. I think we've gone to a consultant who, I guess one way of describing it is part of the whole professional managerial class that run things in this self-reinforcing loop here. And it's nothing to do with whether it's tangata whenua or any other external member. It's a principle for me. And I have, to be clear, I've spoken, the members of the committee know my views on this, and I made it clear. And to me, it's really clear. We have stated explicitly it's not a decision-making role. We've stated explicitly it's not a voting role. It's not even the final step before we make decisions, because they have to come to councils who then, we don't make final decisions in many cases, they go to the board. And I think it actually demeans the work of the other external committee reps, tangata whenua members in particular, who are on Smart Growth Leadership Group, who have far higher responsibility in my view. They have a far more complex role. This is a single issue role. It's not like our committee members of our standing committees, where they have wide-ranging requirements to understand issues. The Smart Growth Leadership, they are actually, I've seen it several times where they have explicitly influenced a final decision for the whole sub-region on key issues. And so not only do they have voting rights and decision-making powers, but they are highly influential on this. Whereas this committee is just an advisory group which doesn't even make decisions. And I think we've got to be realistic about this, that Western Bay have been, one of the members raised it explicitly yesterday because of conversations they've had. And I mean, I might be wrong, but I wasn't wrong last time. I told you guys they would vote it down. I am confident they will vote it down again based on what they've told me. Now, anything could happen as a result of that, and there's still a matter of principle that I understand if councillors around this table want to vote in one way, and then potentially Western Bay would vote another way. But I think it's far better to address that at a principle level And I think we've got it wrong. And I think the government have been clear in what they expect. And I'm not talking about the current government. I'm talking about multiple governments who have payments for boards and advisory groups, and they lay out what the responsibilities are. And both myself and I'm now familiar, after doing a bit of background research, Western Bay Council have analysed all that information. They haven't just randomly come up with a number. They came up with a number, and they actually, as I say, reached out towards us and went to the highest possible number, and then a compromise between that and what our council had put forward. So I think there's just layer upon layer where this is based on the wrong premise. As I say, it's nothing to do with the personnel of who is on this committee. They do a great job, but they would still be, under the Western Bay proposal, paid 2.5 times or something, or more than 2.5 times the rate of people who do an excellent job on the Smart Growth Leadership Group as tangata whenua representatives. And I just think this is absolutely out of line for us to just sort of ram it through and not to address the wider issue, which is we need to have evidence-based payments for all external members. And just in case you didn't know, I'll vote against it.
Is there any other discussion? Councillor Baker will sum up at the end. If not, Councillor Roseboom.
As everyone knows, I'm the chair of this joint committee, and it is a process that we're going through for the first time. We're working with a fellow council to put together a waters organisation for the best interest of the people of this region. We're trying to achieve an outcome, and we've got a highly skilled group of external tangata whenua members who are supporting us in achieving a goal that both councils have agreed on. It's true, one council wasn't very unanimous in the agreement to move forward with this, but we're pushing forward with it. The remuneration figure here, in my personal view, does not express the skill set of the people representing tangata whenua at this table. We've had to compromise. This is the compromise that we've agreed with. If Western Bay choose, and this is my personal view, and I'm going to ask for the Mayor's support in this, if Western Bay doesn't support this as the governing authority, we just agree to it and make it happen. We're basically discussing $90 per meeting difference between what we had and what we are now. And this committee will exist until sometime July 27, then it will cease to exist and it will reappear in a new format again. It's a very short term with a high work rate to some very talented, skilled people who are advising us. Thank you.
Right, Councillor Baker will sum up.
Yeah, no, just in closing, I take what Councillor Crowther has said, and it's just great to hear your passion for, I guess, seeing equity across tangata whenua representation in different committees, and I would support any campaign that you decide to champion to increase the remuneration for other tangata whenua reps across other committees.
All right. Then I'll put the recommendations to council. All those in favour? Those against? Councillor Crowther against. That is carried. Thank you. Just want to have a check-in with 11.1. Is that information going to come back today? Yeah, okay. It's not there yet, so we'll go to publicly excluded. Ask for a mover and seconder to go to publicly excluded. Councillor Roseboom, Deputy Mayor.